Welcome to Empirical Peapod.
For a few hours and it'll be worthless and we'll have to throw it all away. But we'll at least have a good conversation.
Yeah. No.
But the world will be like, I don't want to hear about this.
Well, that's on them, not you.
I agree. But we're back with another episode. I'm here with my friend. So also, I've not, at this point, I just said this in the last episode too, I still haven't created an intro for this season.
Okay.
So I'm like recording these episodes having no idea what's going to lead into them or be before I start. So I'm like, I guess I haven't said the show's name once. I think this will be the 5th episode. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should say that this is Empirical Peapod still. But then I'm like, you're on the show's page if you're listening to it. So I'm like, do I really need to spoon feed you that much? The point is I think too much and I don't know what I'm doing. And I just word vomit everything so that you know what I'm thinking every second. But we're here with my friend Raya, not Raya, Raya Page. Now, this is exciting for me because I have known you my whole life. Like, you've literally known me since like I was brought home from the hospital.
Yes.
Which is insane.
Insane.
How old are you now?
43.
So, did you just turn 43 or are you going to be 44 this year?
44 in May.
Okay, and I'll be 42 in April. When we were younger, I felt like you were way older, but you're barely older than me. Well, we grew. So I know where you started because it's right where I started.
Yeah. In
Glendale Heights.
Yep.
Back in the 80s. So you're 81?
Yes.
Man, that's crazy. So let's start there. In the good old Glendale Heights, it was a crazy time.
It was.
The 80s were amazing, and I feel like we were lucky. I'm sure it still exists out there, but we grew up in a very close-knit neighborhood.
Yes.
Which was a really cool experience to grow up in. And when we left, like, we never saw that again.
Correct.
Do you feel that too? Once you guys left, it was Larry Lane.
Yep.
Back in Glendale Heights. There's only a few blocks from the mall there, wasn't it?
Wait, which mall?
Stratford?
No.
I have no idea.
A few blocks?
Because
no, that was a few miles.
Okay, I was a child. And I haven't been up there that way since like 2004 now.
Yeah.
And I have no idea about anything. I just remember we walked to school.
Yes.
Ruskin.
Yep.
You and I we walked to school every single day. We walked home every single day.
Yep.
That's crazy. Luckily, we left before we went to different schools.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have known what to do.
Yeah. No, it was wonderful. There's so many times that I think about just some of the things that we did on the way home and to school, and probably shouldn't admit them.
I mean, it was a good time, and it felt free. Like I feel like a lot of adults, or as people get older, they start talking like, "Oh, it's not like it was in the old days." I've always been a person that doesn't believe that's true.
Yeah,
I think that information changes as far as how we receive it and at what capacity, and that changes perspective.
Agreed.
Because when you're a kid, you're just living in it as a kid. But adults are getting different information because they're watching the news, talking to other adults. And nowadays, you're getting so much information from so many different sources, especially conflicting opinions, passed off as truth, that I feel like that's what's changing. And that's what's affecting what you're seeing. When you're focused on the negativity in the news, you think that you're in a negativity bubble. I promise you that's not what the world is like.
Yeah.
Despite what it feels like.
Yes.
You're not actually being choked out by that stuff. So it's easy to romanticize the 80s and be like, what the best time. Of course, the adults were all doing cocaine and doing horrible business and really trying to one-up on each other poorly. But the kids are having a good time raising themselves.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing to have... I mean, I was just talking to one of my friends the other day about the only rule that I can remember growing up is be home when the streetlights turn on.
Like, it was whatever you're doing. Don't get brought home by the cops and be home by the time the streetlights are on. Right?
Oh wait, we had that rule. Oops.
If You never got brought home by the cops. Come on.
All right, you're right.
Yeah. But the option was there at least.
The option was definitely there.
Well, it was nice too because we lived the street we lived on. At the end of the street was the woods for a while.
Yeah.
And then I remember being really upset when they built that building.
Yeah.
But we got a nice sledding hill.
That's a fun hill. Yeah.
It was a fun hill. Do you ever go back there?
I've been there a few times. I actually went past a couple months ago.
Really?
Yeah, and nothing really looks different.
Yeah.
They chopped the apple tree down that was in front of our house.
Really?
Yeah, that was kind of disappointing.
Yeah. So I lived we literally lived across the street from each other. It's like a movie.
Yeah.
Like our history together, at least when we were kids.
Yep.
But you had a big family also.
Yeah. So I have 3 older brothers.
Yeah. You're the baby.
I'm the baby.
Yeah. They all look. They mostly look the same as they've gotten older.
Yeah. Yeah. Some of us have our hair. Some of us don't.
For some stupid reason, I'm growing my hair out presently, but like the top is very thin, and the back is like, hey, some of us didn't make it to work today, and I'm like, whatever, just throw a hat on.
Yeah, that's why I'm wearing a hat.
Yeah, but whatever. Like I enjoy it as the best I can. I know it's fleeting.
Yes.
What are you gonna do? Do you remember school and growing up out there?
Yeah.
Like, is it all fondly?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
'Cause I feel like, for some reason, I could look back on that particular time really well. And we moved out pretty early, and I think that's... Do you remember when you guys left Glendale Heights?
When I was in 7th grade. So,
Okay.
I'm going to guess that was like 93,
Yeah.
94.
I don't feel like that's true. It could be. Actually, you're probably right, because we moved to Oswego in 94, and I was in 6th grade. But I left Glendale Heights in the middle of 3rd grade.
Yeah.
And then we went out to Naperville for a spell. Like, talk about going to a close-knit community, and nobody was friendly in Naperville.
Yeah.
Probably because we looked like riffraff, but...
Whatever.
Bruh, like... There's certain standards in certain places.
Yeah.
But we stayed there for a couple of years. But I think, I could be wrong, the last time you and I saw each other and hung out is we went to see Jurassic Park together.
Oh, boy.
That came out in 1993.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. I don't want to sit here in silence trying to think.
Yeah,
but
right,
I'm pretty
right.
sure that's how long it's been.
That is so insane because I was just listening to John Williams, like
Yeah?
the best of John Williams
Nice.
yesterday, and I could not get Jurassic Park out of my head.
That's funny. I've been projecting it the last couple of days.
Have you?
And telling people like, oh man, my friend's coming and we haven't seen each other for forever.
That's crazy.
That's serendipitous.
Yes.
That's awesome. But that's a long time. And realistically, at the time I was 10, so you've been like 12.
Yeah.
How do you stay in touch? We didn't have the internet like we do now.
Yeah.
So it was going to be impossible for us to stay friends, really. If you're in Glendale Heights and I'm in Naperville. And then when you guys left Glendale Heights, where did you guys head?
Glen Ellen.
Which isn't too far.
So not too far. I think it was a total of 3 miles.
What a waste.
But it was kind of a different world, I guess.
Yeah.
A different. I guess I'm gonna kind of copy you on the Naperville comment. It was just like we didn't seem to belong, I guess.
It felt noticeable.
Yeah.
Like if somebody told me that, I'd be like, you're being paranoid.
Yeah.
But like when you live through, especially even as a young kid, being like, I'm definitely feeling different in this place versus the place we came from.
Right.
Which is wild. And some of that is probably looking back. I don't feel like I felt that way at the time. Because you have friends at school.
Correct.
But like outside of school, we lived in unincorporated Naperville. So most of my friends were in White Eagle or Tamarack, the rich neighborhoods.
Right.
Where I was definitely not allowed. So, but you felt similar heading out to Glen Ellen?
Yeah. I mean, not...
Even though you're 3 miles away, you could literally walk to your friend's house?
Right. It wasn't like drastic, but, the houses were much nicer and, you kind of got a little bit of I don't know what you call that, like a
Yeah.
stuck up nose
Oh
thing.
yeah.
But it wasn't horrible though. But you're right, it is more noticeable looking back at it than living in the moment.
Yeah. Was it hard to go to a new school then? Like, do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Because
And
we've talked for 10 minutes, and I feel like people are already like, man, Raya's a very soft-spoken, chill person. It's like, do you... I hesitate, but I'm going to say the word timid, but not in a negative way.
Yeah.
Do you... So I'd be curious how it feels kind of... Because this is a big deal to move school to school, especially if, like... I know Reskin was weird, and they went to 6th grade.
Yeah.
And I thought all schools did that, and I learned later that they don't.
Right.
And so, because you're going transitioning to a whole new school at that point, right?
Correct.
So was that a big deal, or were you just like whatever?
It was a big deal. I think I was still kind of in a little bit of shock. So because going from Reskin that had 6th grade,
Yeah.
we then went to Marquardt
Right.
that had 7th. So
Did you still go to Marquardt because you barely moved?
I did go to Marquardt.
Okay.
And so, instead of walking to school, now I had to take the bus, and that was kind of weird.
There's a whole different group of people on the bus.
Right.
Also, in a lot of ways, especially back then, the bus is the Wild West. Like the bus gets crazy.
Crazy. And yeah, the bus driver just looks at you in the mirror, just gives you those eyes.
And they just watch you do the wildest shit, and they're just like, what am I going to do? I have to drive the bus.
Right. Yeah, so, going from that, like, the anxiety with going to Marquardt and then seemingly, like, then immediately moving, it was just, I was still kind of stuck in this what is going on type of mentality. So, yeah, I mean, I was very quiet going in, but I was met with open arms in some certain circumstances. It's not the right word, but like they had an RC car club.
Oh, really?
And I'm
That's
like,
awesome.
oh, bet, like this sounds awesome.
Yeah.
And so it was nice to be able to get plugged in right away with a group of people that then you can see in the halls and say hi to.
Yeah, like-minded RC nerds. I feel like now I'm like, man, RC cars would be cool to like build a really sick one.
Yes.
As an adult.
Yeah, I want to.
You should. There's a little shop in by my house. So on my way to work, I passed, and I'm like, I should go in there and waste more money on another stupid hobby.
It'd be nice to have money to waste.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it, but some people can.
Yeah.
So, RC club was a big. What an odd club to even have. That's really cool.
Yeah.
So that's interesting in the first place. Was it Marquardt just 7th and 8th grade?
Correct.
What a weird thing.
Yes.
Like, I feel like junior high should be 6, 7, and 8.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. I've learned that somebody told me there's a difference between a junior high and a middle school.
Oh, what's the difference?
One is 7th
okay.
and 8th, and one is 6, 7, and 8. And I'm like, I feel like you're really pulling straws there. But either way.
I'm totally looking that up later.
Where did you go to high school? Did you go to Glenbard East?
Glenbard West.
West?
Yeah.
That would have been the 3-mile difference.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
Jason, my brother went to East.
East, right, with my brothers.
You must have been right on that line. Did all your brothers go there? Because they would have been done by the time you came through.
So the older two went there. The youngest, not the youngest.
You're the youngest.
I know that. The youngest of my older 3 brothers, whatever.
What a weird sentence.
Right. So I'll just say, how about this? Number 1 and number 2 went to East.
Perfect.
Number 3, I believe he started going to East, but then when we moved, he went to West, and I might be putting words in his mouth, but I believe it's because so that he had a fresh new market.
Yeah, I'm sure that helped him a lot.
Like, oh, I already know all these people. Let's buy some more girls.
Do you stay in contact with anybody from Larry Lane or from junior high?
I do at least one person. his name is Matt. Met him in 5th grade at Reskin.
Yeah.
And yeah, still stay in contact with him a little bit. I mean, it's kind of like every 2 months or so, we'll just shoot a text message.
That's at least something. Like, I know, I feel like we were a trifecta back in those days.
Yeah.
Me, you, and Katie.
Mm-hmm.
And she's somebody I wish I stayed in contact with. But we're friends on Facebook, so I feel like I could 100% message her anytime.
I don't know if I am.
Oh,
you gotta help me out with that.
Yeah, she's married. She's got an awesome last name now. It's like Donzelli or something. But yeah, she's just. It seems like the same person, just older.
Yeah.
Like she's a Star Wars nerd. Like just seems. This is just me stalking her Facebook page. I have not talked to her, but I would love to reach out and talk to her. Same thing. Like I just think it would be awesome.
Yeah.
But sometimes I like to have plans, and that's enough.
You're not lying. You're not lying.
Give myself a pat on the back, like, oh, I thought of a good idea. I don't have to do it.
That would take effort.
Exactly. Did you go to college?
I started to go to COD.
Yeah.
And then I was also working full time.
Really? Right out of high school?
Yeah, pretty
What were
much.
you doing?
Security. I was doing my uncle had a company that had security officers, and then just went to different companies to like front desk stuff, like check badges and whatever.
Nice.
So I thought it was perfect because I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna be sitting on my butt doing nothing security wise. I could do homework.
Right.
And very quickly learned that that's going to take way too much energy. And I'm like, okay, well, I've got to decide one or the other, and money always wins, unfortunately. So I dropped out.
What were you majoring in?
I wanted to major in architecture.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Be an architect? That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money way later.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So I actually started at an architecture firm not that many years later, right by your old house, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And I learned pretty quickly there that I did not want to be an architect. I'll just say the climate there was very... the mentality was as if they were smarter than brain surgeons. Yeah. And I did not want to become that. And now I'm not saying that every architect is that way. I'm not saying every firm is like that. It put a bad taste in my mouth. So then it was actually my dad was like, hey, well, you like drawing and you like doing all that. How about like engineering, but like specifically for fire sprinklers? So I started that, and I've been doing that now for over 20 years.
You do fire sprinklers for over 20 years?
Yeah.
Is that still what you do?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's too long to have a job.
Well, okay, it's not with the same company.
Okay, fair.
But it's the same career.
But still, the longest I've had a job is like 3, maybe 4 years. And I'm like, I get it. It's time to move on.
Yeah.
I get really bored. Especially I have a real problem. I don't like being told what to do. Yeah. And in every single job I've had, there's always some dickhead telling me what to do. Yeah. Which I don't want. Yep. So eventually it's just like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah. And, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's totally valid, right? So whenever I have guys underneath me, guys or girls, that I'm managing, I actually think of what you just said. Like, how can I...
Well, because people quit a manager, they really, you don't quit a company unless it's a really shitty company. You're quitting a manager or a boss or whatever. Correct. Not the company.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And, I feel that I did a great job, with the places that I was at. Always even just checking in on them every day, like, hey, how you doing? Just sitting down at their desk and just chatting for just a bit, right? Yeah. make sure that they know that they're more than just an employee.
Right, and it's important. I think it's like before we got on, you were talking about honesty is one of you. You have a rules to be friends with you.
Yeah.
One of them is honesty, which shouldn't have to be said, but I feel like part of honesty is that authenticity piece and showing people that you actually value what they bring to this team and care about them is something that is so fake in most jobs.
Yeah.
Of course, they're trying to build that culture and cultivate it, but it's so insincere, and you can see through it. I got fired from the paint factory I worked at for that exact principle, and I too many times I've thrown my life into disarray for my stupid principles, but I have definite lines. And I got mouthy about something that they were like, this will bring the team together. This is important. And I'm like, this is so inauthentic and bare minimum of what you could do that it's insincere. And I told my guys, I'm like, you guys can be a part of it. You don't have to be a part of it. It's up to you. And they eventually fired me and were like, we feel like the team is loyal to you, not the company. And I'm like, okay, but I'm loyal to the company. And as long as that's our vision as shared leaders, they stay loyal to the company, so you don't make sense. But some people have absurd egos, and they're like, I want everybody to follow me. So.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely be an ego thing, on their behalf, because, I don't know if I want to say a fundamental basis, but you're right, because it's hard to buy into everything within a company, but if you buy into your manager or your boss,
right,
and trust them to what they're buying into,
right, I think that's good.
Then you're good.
On our level, it's easy to just be, especially because we're the grunts in the production place, making the paint from scratch. Like we're doing all the hard work, and killing our bodies doing it with chemicals and just the labor. So for me to be like, look, like, I understand you're not going to get this, and nobody's going to come in here and pat you on the ass. Yeah. But this place doesn't exist without you guys.
Right.
Like, you're doing all the work. We're paid well because we're working in a factory. But I can't stand... I had a boss there once who was like, your reward is your paycheck. And I'm like...
No.
Fuck you.
No.
That is... The bare minimum you can do is pay me for what I'm doing.
Right.
If you value somebody, you have to build that value and really express that value. Like...
Yeah.
That always left a bad taste in my mouth.
Yes.
So I get it when you're trying to cultivate that and make sure everybody feels valued and stuff. It's funny because a lot of it is similar to just knowing somebody as a person in life.
Yeah.
It makes them feel valued. Like you want to listen to them, and you're just doing it to show them that they're valued to your life as opposed to your job.
Yeah.
It seems so simple.
Yeah. I mean, and especially when you're at your job, if you're working 40 hours a week, you're at your job more than you're home.
Yeah.
So your work family really is your family.
Right.
So why would you treat them with anything less than the most respect?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I loved about the factory job that was very not stereotypical. Because I'm a life coach now, and I have training in trauma recovery and stuff, and I bring a lot of that into it without these guys knowing. Because they're stereotypical male people. It's the only men were working in the production factory, and it's very stereotypical of those kind of people that would be like, whatever you think would work in a paint factory, you're probably right. But then I would start bringing this stuff, and then they'd start coming to my office with like some of their mental health issues and all this other stuff, and I'm like, now we're getting somewhere.
Yes.
Because I'm not on the clock, but if I can help you navigate this in the slightest way, it's going to reflect in your work.
Absolutely.
And that's a huge thing. And that's something that most people aren't even thinking about.
Yep.
Especially on that level of the frontline grunts. Mm-hmm. That's all high-end business stuff. Like, all right, we're going to bring somebody in. You guys can talk to them. Like, what the fuck do you have to be stressed about? You're making $300,000 a year. Mm-hmm. And that's a generalization of every job is stressful. But still, if I made $300,000 a year, I'd be like, you know what? I don't mind this stress.
Yeah. You bring up a very valid point of mental health, right, within the workplace. I have always hid mine. Mm-hmm. because I was like, well, I'm obviously the only one who struggles with, anxiety or depression or whatever it may be.
Can you point to a moment where you felt that establish itself, or do you just kind of come to that by yourself because nobody else is talking about it?
I was having panic attacks. Right around the time that I actually started in fire sprinklers.
Oh, really?
Because I was also doing music ministry at the same time.
Yeah.
And it may have been just the overall stress of all that really triggered some panic attacks. But I didn't know what was going on. So I ended up going to the doctor, and then they were like, oh, you have anxiety and depression. I'm like, oh, I don't feel anxious, though. I don't feel sad.
Yeah.
And it just kind of hit me like, well, it's probably just because you've been ignoring it and not really taking it seriously, and you're just burying it.
Yeah.
So like when that started happening, then it was something for me to think about and dissect and whatever, but still then I was just keeping it to myself, and it wasn't until I started actually talking about it that I realized everybody around me also had issues.
Yeah.
And it was just like, why does nobody talk about this?
Yeah.
So it encouraged me to just talk more about it and to share my space with people. Like, come in, let's talk, let's help each other.
There's this idea of that you can hear thrown around when you start kind of exploring this avenue of creating space for somebody.
Yeah.
I feel like it confuses a lot of people. So what does creating space mean to you?
To me, it's me taking some of my, I have to get this done type things. Like, I have to go grocery shopping right now.
Right.
Do I?
Right.
No, like, I can put that off a few hours. I could maybe even put that off a couple days because I got enough stuff in the pantry. I'll figure it out.
Right.
So it's me taking those things that I feel are super important, that are superficial, and putting them to the side and creating time in my schedule to just sit and enjoy each other's company and just to figure out life.
Yeah. Which I think those are the moments that equal life.
Yeah.
Is the moments of not doing stuff we're supposed to do and stressing ourselves about.
Yeah.
But those in between moments. And unfortunately our society kind of dictates that those keep getting smaller and smaller.
Yes.
Even though that's what we're working for. That's what you're stressing about, is to have those in between moments. But you could have them all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. You everybody always says, "Oh, I'm so busy." Are you though?
People get pissed at me because they're like, "Oh, I'm so busy." I'm like, "You're in 100% control of your time."
You're right.
Now, if I say, "Hey, do you want to get together?" Hey, it's not a priority right now. Fair.
Right.
Because I get that you've decided what's important and what's not important, but I don't have time. Bullshit.
And that precisely right there is the honesty that I need in a friend.
Yeah.
Like,
well, because that's real. That's true.
Yeah.
If you're not in control of your time, that's weird.
Yes. Well, right. But being, I mean, you already said it's under your control no matter what.
Right.
Make an excuse for it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You're not being honest.
Even if they're valid, like, the kids, whatever it is, that's a valid thing where you can be like, the kids are my priority right now. They have a lot going on. Yeah, no problem.
Yep.
Great. But don't tell me you don't have time.
Right. I will not be offended if you tell me that your kids are more important than me.
Right.
They should be more important than me all the time.
Right. Nice job.
Congratulations, you're living correctly. I don't know. What do you say to that?
Yeah. I still can't believe that you've been doing fire sprinklers for so long. It just blows my mind. Do you do like commercial stuff mostly?
Yeah, commercial, residential, factories.
Anywhere that would need a sprinkler?
Really anywhere, yeah. You want to hear the crazy thing?
Yes.
I've been out of work for a year and 3 months now.
You've been out of work?
Out of work, yeah.
Why?
I got fired from my last job.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So not a full 20 years.
Oh, come on now. That's valid. Okay.
You're reaching a little bit here.
Well, I think it's been 24 years or something. So it's still over 20 years.
That is crazy still. But you still consider yourself in that, like, are you trying to get a job back in that?
Yes. Yeah. And I kind of have to. Okay. How do we unpack this one? Okay. I got fired from my last job. How, you ask? Let me tell you. Going through some court battle stuff, and my boss ultimately said to me, "If you keep going to court, you're not going to have a job anymore." So it's basically court, which has to deal with your family,
right,
or job, which then breaks down to your family or your job.
Right.
Well, I'm going to pick my family, 100% every time.
Principles.
He also didn't like that I wore nail polish to work, but that's neither here nor there.
That's funny because when I said that we were getting together, my mom is like, "Oh my God, ask her if she still remembers when I used to paint her nails when she was a kid."
Your mom painted my nails?
Yeah. She has so many amazing memories where she's like, "Yeah, when he was little, I would always paint her nails." Sorry.
No, you're good.
And I'm talking like her.
Yeah.
And because we used to do a lot of performance stuff too.
Yeah.
That she still has on video.
Oh my God, I would love it. I want to see it.
It's adorable. It's hilarious. But because boomers are boomers, and she's like, "Oh, I wonder if that was like a premonition of things to come." And I'm like, "No."
It was.
Of course. But it's a nice coincidence, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, when because your mom taught me how to braid your sister's hair.
Yeah.
I already knew at that point. I literally already knew. Yep.
Yeah.
I was so jealous of your sister.
Really?
So incredibly jealous of your sister.
So we're alluding to something already, and before we get into it, we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. And we're going to say things that might not be PC, or we do our best to be as mindful as possible. Some people might be offended, some people might be upset, but I can 100% promise that we're coming from authenticity and positive intention. And I don't want it to be like this turns into just a Q&A or anything like that. But if you start feeling uncomfortable, good.
Yeah.
I want you can sit in that uncomfortability. You turn it off, do whatever you have to do. Mm-hmm. But I'm excited to talk to my friend. And really jealous of my sister. You can remember that going all the way back.
Yes.
Because she would have been born in 85. So, I mean, then what did we say we moved out? We weren't there then for that long, really, for her life. Like 5 years, just under 5 years. But that's when you start having, at least something felt different.
Yeah. I remember it. This is going to sound so weird, but that's fine. I had to have been in kindergarten. Maybe possibly first grade, but I always say kindergarten. And I remember just always feeling like just different, and like I was a boy, but I wasn't really a boy. And I remember like staring at the bathrooms. So in Reskin, outside of the gym, there were 2 bathrooms. Obviously 2 bathrooms. And I was just like, why are there 2 bathrooms? Like I understand like there's a difference between boys and girls and whatever. And
sure.
And I'm just like, but I don't feel like I'm a boy. Like I don't think I'm a girl because I obviously have the anatomy of a boy.
Well,
right?
I feel like even that can throw people off. What is that? Because you can hear that sentence, but it's hard to relate to.
Yeah.
What does it mean? I don't feel like a boy. Just literally, just in stereotypical what society puts on you, and you're just like, these don't make me feel like, because I'm very. I joked earlier when we were texting about being very feminine, and I do consider myself uncomfortably feminine because stereotypical male things really, really make me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather have a woman doctor. I'd rather be around female energy.
Yeah.
Men, like, testosterone really, really makes me uncomfortable.
Yes.
But that's all mostly coming from years of physical abuse from my dad and just not trusting men in general.
Yeah.
Which I guess realistically is probably similar for most people's journey.
Yeah.
They just take it to the next step further.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it, so having 3 older brothers, right? Yeah. And I guess, can I consider your brother a 4th older brother? I mean...
They were inseparable in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like the Page and Day clans were like one clan.
Your brother beat me up too. Like, that's fine.
He was a jock, bit of a meathead.
Yeah. But I mean, in a fun way. I don't think...
He was not bullying you.
No, definitely not.
We were like... We were his little brothers.
Yeah. And it was just like... While that was fun, it was just like... I could never picture myself doing that.
Yeah.
You know... I guess... This has nothing to do with kindergarten, but... Like, in high school, you have, like, the football players, right? That are just like... I'm big, I'm strong, I'm gonna whatever. It's like, that's just not me. And but like the nerdy guys was not me either. And it's just I don't really know how to really describe it other than like I needed to find a club where I fit emotionally, and you know, to who my personality is. It is so hard to describe.
Yeah.
I'm fishing here. I'll be honest.
Well,
with
I think
you,
that
but it's.
I think it's actually makes sense that it's so hard to describe.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of how emotions are. That's why there's this whole spectrum of different emotions.
Yeah.
There's everything that defines people is a spectrum. Mm-hmm. That is realistically undefined, and every individual decides, well, this is one end of that spectrum for me, and this is the other end of that spectrum for me, and I believe most people are fluid in general within whatever spectrums they identify with. Yeah. Like you said, you're in boy mode today. Like, maybe tomorrow or tonight, be like, back to girl mode. Like, whatever. That's, to me, that's that fluidity of like whatever I'm feeling is what I'm projecting. Yeah. Which I think is healthy. I like that you can't describe it, to be honest. Yeah. But it's like a primal feeling instinctually that's just inside you, and like I know this is wrong and this isn't for me, and this feels better. Yeah. It's kind of like trying to describe anxiety to somebody who's never felt it. Right. Like, if you've never been shaky and like just uncomfortable for no reason you can define, then you're not really gonna understand this. Yeah.
It's interesting. Okay, so when you said primal, and I'm gonna have to be careful of the words I choose here, like the stereotypical, like when you think primal, like again stereotypically,
sure, yeah.
the man goes out and hunts and kills and whatever, and the woman stays back to prepare and to comfort and to it's like, I'm not a hunter, again, speaking specifically of this context of the man goes and I want to stay home. I want to nurture. I want to like keep the home good. Well, yeah, sure. Gay guys do that too. Like, that's no, but it's, I'm just trying to give something more to like grasp onto.
Another addendum to disclaimer, we're going to speak in generalizations. This is not everybody's experience. This is Raya's experience and my own personal experience. Nobody else. We're not speaking for a culture. We're not speaking for a group of people. Well, we are just talking about our experiences in our own lives. Yes. Which is important. Yeah. Because I'm sure there's plenty of hunter and gatherer gay men.
There, yes, absolutely, and I would love to see it, and I would love to go hunting with them. Yeah. Like, absolutely.
It's funny because to hear that kind of an analogy, I'm like, I don't really want to go and murder an animal either.
No, I've never
the
hunted.
house does need to be cleaned.
I've never hunted a day in my life.
Me neither.
Well, we went fishing. We've gone fishing plenty of times,
I
right?
do still love fishing, but even that, like if a fish swallows a hook, I'm like, oh no, oh no, I don't want to hurt him.
You poor little guy.
Yeah. One time I caught a turtle on a fish hook.
Oh,
and I was like, oh no, and I tried getting out, and he pulled his head so far into his shell, and I'm like, I felt like such a dick.
No.
Yeah, it was the worst, but
yeah,
I've got plenty of fishing trauma.
All right, we won't bring that back up.
But I do love fishing.
Yeah.
Do you still fish?
I have not in a while. It's I'm such a girl. I love it. Like I have to wear a glove in order to touch the fish.
Also. Well, so I hate worms. Like
Okay.
I won't touch worms. Like
Okay.
Worms are gross, and they make me so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So I won't even use them as bait unless somebody else is gonna bait my hook.
Okay.
And I've had plenty of girlfriends that will bait my hook.
That's awesome.
But I use minnows because I'm like, yeah, I can murder this minnow. but worm, they're like wiggly.
Yeah.
I'm like the wigglies.
Come on, but you don't remember digging for worms?
I
though?
do. Yeah. That's what screws me up is like when we were kids, after it would rain, there was worms everywhere. We would gather night crawlers and we would go and use them to fish. But now I'm like, they're kind of slimy.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess I haven't touched a worm in a long time. I don't think that I would have an issue with it, but
I'm gonna remember you said that.
yeah, right.
I feel like you're gonna look and be like, ooh.
Okay.
I don't know.
Next worm I see, I'm gonna pick it up and take a picture of it and send it to you.
Awesome.
And then you can squirm while looking at the picture.
Fine, you win this round. They just I find them to be untrustworthy. That's the problem.
Oh.
They don't have a face that I can tell.
Yeah, you cut them in half and both halves move?
Yeah.
Who does that?
The devil, probably. That's ridiculous. I told you we'd end up tangenting all over. But so you said you remember all the way back. Originally, we were talking about your job. Jesus Christ. Your boss didn't like that you wore fake nails or painted your nails.
Painted my nails, right?
Yeah. Like, what a small thing to have an opinion about.
I know.
That's crazy.
Does it make me do a bad job at my job?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Right. It has nothing to do with your job whatsoever. I feel like that's not even grounds for dismissal. They had to get you on something else.
Well, it was... Yeah, they
would definitely cause a dickhead to start really holding the torch and then being like, all right, I gotta definitely find something real.
Yeah,
like the court thing, I suppose.
Right. And the unfortunate thing in a, what do you call it, a no-fault state? So this is up in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I think Illinois might be the same. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
But I mean, they could literally fire you for anything.
Yeah,
like,
they don't have to tell
you farted. Like,
yeah.
Bye.
But yeah, I would never have a job. I'm very gassy.
But you're right. I mean, as far as like logistically and to avoid wrongful termination and stuff like that, they will find stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So, I came in late a couple times because I was taking my kids to therapy or whatever, which I told him in our interview, like, hey, I've got 2 kids. One of them has some medical issues, a lot of therapies. I'm going to be in and out. Like, I will always work my 40. I will work more than my 40 just because I'm that kind of person. But just so you know. And he's like, yeah, no problem. Well, that obviously.
That became a problem.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, so I feel like once then you're in there and they can start judging you as a person and being like, yeah, on second thought, that's an issue. Right,
because it was never written down in the contract, for lack of better words.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. Mm-hmm. But now let's go back to kindergarten.
Let's do it.
Because we've alluded to that you have kids also and a bunch of court dates and stuff. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, well, let's not put the cart before the horse too much.
Why not?
Well, we can start at the end and we'll Tarantino this thing and kind of...
Are we going uphill or downhill?
So, really, you started feeling that in kindergarten is ridiculous. I mean, realistically, these sort of roles are put on us in utero. Yeah. Really, like just from existing and kind of what's coming from the environment you're in is like when you think about like even the gender, something as simple and arbitrary as a gender reveal party, like we're already projecting, like it's built into our society in such a way that it kind of to some extent you can understand why there's a resistance, because they feel like they're losing something even though they're not.
Right.
Nothing's being lost.
Right.
What reality is just growing, and when reality grows, it doesn't mean that a piece is going away. It just means that it's growing.
Yeah.
So it's weird when people are trying to hold on to something that was, especially a lot of people hold on to something that was different 20 years ago because it's their small experience right now, and they're like, no. And I'm like, well, 20 years ago it wasn't even like this. Like, bah, I don't care. Like, okay, well, we're gonna keep evolving, you sack of shit. Well, at least that's normally the current landscape might be different, but stereotypically that's usually what we're doing as people. We'll see where we're at in 4 years. Yeah. Trying to dig out of this hole, but
and never. Yeah.
So you started having those feelings as young as kindergarten. Do you feel like that it was something that you were just kind of living with, or do you like did it kind of ebb and flow or spike various points in life?
I'd say ebb and flow for sure.
Yeah.
Because it was a lot of just curiosity.
Yeah.
And at that age, society dictates who you are and what you need to do.
Yeah.
Right. So the curiosity came, and I'm like, well, I don't feel right. I'd be braiding your sister's hair and be like, why can't anybody braid my hair? Or playing Barbie with her.
Yeah.
I remember you getting mad a few times.
Well, we're supposed to be having a hangout.
Right. I'm like, I just want to play Barbie with your sister. Fine, jerk. I'll go ride bikes by myself.
I'll go play G.I. Joe alone.
But then, society's like, no, you're a boy. Like, you need to be playing G.I. Joe. You need to be riding bikes. You need to go down to the creek and go catch some frogs.
I love catching frogs.
Yes. So, in that respect, very ebb and flow just because of what I was allowed to do.
Yeah.
Looking back, I really wish that I had somebody who I could trust with anything. Yeah. And whether
was your house a safe space?
I don't feel that it was.
Yeah.
Not in that respect.
Right. Yeah.
No, because it was my dad was just very like, you are a boy and you will do boy things, and all you boys will be in the carpentry business, kind of like, he didn't say that.
Right. It was expected.
But it was, looking back, like, I'm in fire sprinklers, which is in construction.
Right. Yeah. Like,
jerk. He won.
Yeah.
My mom did treat me different and I guess more safe than perhaps she did with my older brothers.
Well, because like not for nothing, we kind of just were talking about it even with my mom interacting with you, like that it seems like now that you're mentioning it and that you were having those feelings so early, if an adult was paying attention, they could see it.
Yeah.
Where they're like, okay, something's different about Raya.
Yeah.
We don't know what that means or is going to turn into, but we're definitely not treating him like the rest of the boys.
Yeah.
Because I was never a sports guy either. Like, I remember growing up too, like all my brothers' coaches and teachers were like, "Oh, can't wait to have you come through, be on the wrestling team and the football team," and I'm like, "I don't want to do any of that. I don't want to do any of that at all.
Yeah,
I just want to do anything else." Like, but it's the same thing. It's like your brothers all came up, they all played sports and did stuff.
Yeah, and
it was just kind of expected for you to do the same thing.
Yeah,
not even like in a push, like weird way, just naturally, like, "Oh, you'll do that too, right?" Like, nah, I won't.
I mean, I did soccer and I did baseball.
I did soccer. Did you do soccer through the Park District?
Yeah, Glenside, yeah.
Because I also did soccer through the Park District in Glendale Heights.
Yeah?
Yeah, I played on this team called Sting.
Nice.
And we actually played, our final game was at the Rosemont Horizon.
No way.
Yeah, because we were in the championship and we
that's
won the
sick.
trophy.
That is awesome.
I just recently threw that trophy away. I've had it my whole life.
Oh, you come on! You can't do that.
I felt like, so I've got so much bullshit that I just carry on, and I'm like, am I gonna ever put this trophy on display or actually give a shit about it? And I was like, no. But then I was like, it's also the only thing I've ever done with my life.
So I don't know if this is how baseball is classified now, but it used to be like T-ball, instructional, and then minor, major, pony or something like that.
Right.
So when I was in minor leagues, we won first place.
Oh, nice.
So I've got a nice big old plaque that says first place minor league.
Do you have it out? Is it hanging in your house?
No, but I will hang it up but I'm gonna keep it because it says minor league, and nobody's gonna know what that is. Like, oh wow, she's a great baseball player.
Yeah.
I don't have a ring to show for it, but whatever.
I just imagine somebody reading it and being like, man, you've done some really cool things. Like, yeah, that's my big accomplishment back in the 80s. Last 40 years have done nothing but downhill.
Absolutely. Okay, so one more thing. You asked about a safe space in my house. My older brothers, sports and all that. My mom, and perhaps it's just because I was the last one, and she always wanted a girl and whatever. She always talked about that too. Like she taught me how to cook, and she taught me how to clean instead of just demanding that I clean. Right.
Yeah.
Like these typical like feminine roles, air quote feminine.
Right. Yeah.
And I think like I brushed her hair, I painted my mom's nails. Like she had why did she not know? Right?
Yeah. Well, so I think that this is a tough thing to say next, but I'd be curious to pull that thread of like when I think about it, like the Matrix, when they're bending the spoon and the kid's like, the real thing is the spoon doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And then the Oracle later is like, what's really going to bother you is if I wouldn't have said anything, would you still broke the vase? Like kind of these things that are self-fulfilling prophecies, right?
Yeah.
And that kind of begs the question, because she clearly treated you different.
Yes.
Did that trigger something? Or did she already know and that triggered it? Like, like what... everybody's born the way they're born, right? And they grow into who they are. And I think that is written within our DNA, or whatever it is, that we haven't deciphered yet or figured out. But I'd be curious if one of those is playing into the other.
Are you reading my mind? That is one thing that I don't want to say struggle with, but like I do think about sometimes.
I think it's interesting.
Yeah, it's
because
very interesting.
It didn't create you, but did it open a door or a particular path, or at least like trigger something in your genetic makeup where you're like, I'm gonna go this way. I like this,
right?
As opposed to what I've seen and also been exposed to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember reading, because I try to read all the time about like, why am I transgender? and whatever, all that stupid stuff. And I came across this one article a while back, and it said something about, like, I don't remember the ratio, but a large number of trans people are the youngest in the family.
Yeah.
And it's in a family that has like all the same gender, like the stereotypical gender kids. And one of the parents being, oh, I wish I had a blank.
Because like I just said, in utero, she's feeling that while she's pregnant, and that is downloading into you as a person on a whole molecular level that I feel like we don't comprehend as people at this point.
Yep.
But it's 100% there.
Yes.
Doing whatever it is, however it's affecting you.
Yeah. I mean, like, the day that I was born, my mom has said this story a million times. Like, in the hospital, there was a pink room and a blue room.
Yeah.
And she's like, I want to go to the pink room. I want to go to the pink room. And then they wheeled her into the blue room, and she's like, no. And then out I come, a quote unquote boy, right? And then all my life, I just heard, I really wish I had a girl. I wish I had a girl. I wish I had a girl. Did that get, like, I don't want to use the word brainwashed, but did I get brainwashed?
Yeah.
Right? No clue.
Right.
Like, I don't feel that I did.
Sure, yeah.
But is it a possibility?
But subconsciously,
It could be.
right? Subconscious is there to protect us and block us from negative things when it needs to. So it could easily be downloaded into there. I'm of the opinion that people are born who they're going to be.
Yeah.
But a million factors are going to play into that.
Yeah.
And I definitely think that would be one of them. Which kind of begs the next question: are your parents supportive?
That's a loaded question.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's also you just said that you identify as transgender.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how long have you felt that you've identified that way versus how long have you been saying it?
I guess ever since I knew what transgender was.
Right.
Right, because it's like I felt that way in kindergarten. So again, like that's the easiest for me to say is just, oh, I've identified it since kindergarten.
Okay.
Because are we really going to break down the year to year type thing,
no.
right?
I think that
so
makes sense.
It's
you might you didn't know what transgender was when you were in kindergarten,
right?
But when you grew up and learned, you're like, oh, I've identified this way my whole life.
Then it's like, oh. Yeah. That's
I love that moment too, where 1,000 things just click in your brain,
right?
And you're like, oh, okay.
It makes so much sense now.
Yeah,
so much more sense. Yeah. So I don't know.
Did you struggle with identifying out loud that way? Are we just like finally? Because we all again. Not all of us, but I hate labels.
Yeah.
I feel like most people dislike labels.
Mm-hmm.
But as a society, it's easy to... We want to classify and organize.
Yes.
But then, unfortunately, as groups and individuals, we take things too far and too seriously.
Yes.
This is just to classify and identify and understand who people are. It's not to be putting them in boxes.
Yes.
And that's important.
Yes.
So that's why I'd be curious if you ever struggled with kind of... You're putting a certain target on yourself when you start using certain language, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Wow, thank you for that label thing, because that's 100% spot on to how I feel. It's like, I hate labels, but it's at the same time, it's kind of helped me to understand certain things about myself.
And I gotta think that it's also, like you were saying earlier, I have a group. Like, you've got a built-in support system if needed. Like, there's a whole community here.
Yeah. And
a whole culture around it if you decide you want to be part of that.
Yeah.
And so it's easy to be like, oh, I'm not alone. I'm not the only one dealing with this. It's kind of nice to have that built in as well, to an extent.
Yeah. And, not to jump ahead, but, you were asking, like, when did I first start outwardly showing? About a year and 3 months ago or so.
Yeah.
It's not kind of until my wife decided that, okay, we're done with our marriage. And I'm like, okay, well, cool. Now I can finally be me.
Well,
And
so we got up through high school with college and your career of 24 plus years. So somewhere in there, you meet a nice lady.
Yes.
Before that, did you date at all or a lot?
I dated a lot. Yeah. Right, wrong, or indifferent.
I guess that kind of begs the question before that there's no delicate way to put. So I'm not gonna pretend. Are you attracted to women?
Both men and women. Yeah.
Okay, great. Nice. I can barely find a girl that I can get along with. I couldn't imagine being attracted to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It just sounds exhausting. I'm so used to getting rejected by one sex.
Yes.
I think I'd probably blow my brains out if I had to get rejected by every single person I met.
Well, hopefully you wouldn't.
Oh,
But I understand
I like
the
to keep
phrase.
that option open.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
But so have you ever dated a man?
I have never dated a man. No.
Okay, but you just open to the idea.
Very open to the idea. I have been with men and other. I've gone on dates. How about that?
What a clean way to say that.
I've gone out to dinner with. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Clean way. You're fun.
So do you have it in your brain? I wonder, even if this is subconscious, that relationship wise, you'd want to build a relationship with a girl, but you enjoy people wherever they are on that gender spectrum. But if subconsciously you're like, but I still want to have a meaningful relationship with a girl, or do you feel like you're open to whatever's going to present itself, and as it grows, it'll just grow?
Yeah. So here's one from left field. So I identify as poly now.
Really?
So pansexual, meaning like everybody.
Sure.
Like I'm attracted to the heart.
Yeah.
I
We're about
don't-
to.
like, I
People are
don't-
getting so confused because I'm a demisexual,
Yeah.
and people are like, "You're just making up words now."
Yeah.
Like, look, man, if you don't have the internet, I can't sit here and explain everything to you.
I've got some demi in me too. But yeah, the first time I heard demi, I'm like, wait, isn't that just normal?
That's what that's what I thought.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm like, I mean, demisexual sounds cool, and then you look it up and you're like, oh, that's okay.
Right. But I mean, it's maybe we just feel that way because that's how we've always been, though. You know.
Yeah.
Whereas somebody else might be, oh, why are you putting so much thought and emotion into this?
Well, I think that's interesting too because I would never say I identify as demisexual. I just am.
Right.
It's like if you're somebody created this word and I find that I relate to that word, I don't feel like I'm identifying as anything or it's not affecting my life whatsoever.
Yes.
I'm just doing what I do. But if you wanted to put me like we said, in a box, that's going to be the closest to what I'm going to gravitate towards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so pansexual. So like forever, I just was gonna use identified after you just said all that.
Yeah. We only know like 5 words. We're gonna keep rotating them through, and every 5 seconds I'm like, oh, that's interesting.
So for years I've been bisexual, right? And then this pansexual word came out. I'm like,
Right.
Again, like what is with so many words? And then
That's your first instinct,
right?
But words do evolve,
Yes,
as culture evolves.
yes.
So I think that's important. That's why I laugh when people hold on to stuff.
Yeah,
because it's easy to be like, just say you're bisexual. Like, there's a little more nuance
but
to it.
yeah, but it's more to it.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what it was. It's like because for bisexual, like non-binary doesn't fit into
Right.
that.
Yeah.
Because bi meaning two.
Right.
Like okay.
Trisexual, but that's
Well,
probably...
is there a quad sexual? Is there a sex sexual? Is there a
I guess it leads to the eventual non as in none,
okay?
as in a geometry setting.
Yeah.
But then it sounds like you don't want to sex at all.
Right. That's asexual.
Right. Yeah. That's right.
I wonder who's looking up right.
Right. Yeah.
What is this?
Somebody's fingers are going nuts. Like, I can't keep up with this. This is ridiculous. Yeah.
So pansexual it's a good umbrella term for basically all human beings.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's just like I love everybody.
Yeah.
Just period. If you're a good person and like I can better your life and you can better my life,
Right.
I want to be in your life.
Yeah.
Period.
Right.
And then polysexual, meaning like multiple partners, right? Is as comparative to monogamy. Because I understand monogamy, I respect monogamy.
Sure.
If I can say that word right. But I realized that it was so difficult for me to meet every single requirement, if you will, again, bad word, of any of my girlfriends or my wife.
Yeah.
You know, likewise, they were unable to meet every single hope for me as well. And me just realizing, well, like I have a whole slew of friends that are just one extreme to the other as far as like who they are and what they do. It's like, why can't relationships, like why can't these friendships, which are relationships,
right,
why can't my like love relationships be like this as well?
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think about a lot too, is like, what is the line between a relationship, quote unquote, and a friendship?
Yeah.
And like, realistically, it's as far as I can tell, it's just the one of, eventually there's an urge to touch parts.
Right. Love that.
Yeah.
I could just see two people just kind of leaning into each other.
Yeah.
Okay, we touch parts.
Yeah. But like, realistically, you can touch parts with just a friend. You can touch parts with a lover also.
Yeah.
And have just as emotional and mental connection.
Yeah.
Either way, and not take it so seriously that I need, not own, but I need you to only do this with me.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we as humans, usually, like, we can't help but, like, when a relationship happens, you presume it's forever. Like, and we have that mentality of whenever I'm doing something, I got this job, it's my career forever.
Yeah.
I got this relationship, I'm going to do this forever, whether it's working or not. Like, that's kind of how we are, instead of taking moments and living in those moments for real and letting them just be what they are, and then letting them go when they're over,
Yeah.
and on to the next moment.
Yeah.
And just, some people hope that you keep having those moments with the same person, and some people don't.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. It's
I hate sharing. That's my thing.
okay, that's valid.
Yeah, and
That's valid.
that's really, I don't like. If I have pizza, I don't want to give you any pizza.
Please.
If I have an adorable girlfriend that lets me touch her parts, and not in an ownership way. I would just rather. It's up to her. Like, I've talked myself into a corner. But I do not control what she does with her parts.
Right.
Ever. And I don't want to.
Right.
But I would like to be the only one who's allowed to touch them.
Yes.
But maybe I don't deserve that.
No, I totally get that.
Yeah.
You know,
I have been more. I have a friend who was in a polyamorous relationship and things like that. And I think that on paper, it makes so much sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where I'm just like, oh, you guys literally meet each other where you need to, mentally and emotionally, and when it comes up physically, and then you're allowed to just live your life. Sounds awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, when I first heard about it, I was just like, I am way too jealous of a person.
So you don't like to share.
Right. Like that's what it was
Yeah.
like. And I'm just like, this, like, it sounds great, but would never be able to do it.
Yeah.
And then I, you know, found I was on a treasure hunt.
Sorry, this didn't exist until you discovered it.
So I met this one girl that already had a girlfriend, and I was just like, okay, that's cool. And I just, like, I saw their dynamic together, and
Yeah.
I'm just like, no, because they were poly, and they established that they were poly.
Right.
And I'm just like, I can kind of see maybe how I could actually fit into this. Not that I was like trying to, but like I was just trying to envision it. And I'm just like, wow, there's just, when you have trust, like true trust, the selfishness goes away, the jealousy goes away.
Yeah.
It's insane. I
agree completely. Like, again, I've never experienced it, but I do think that it's insane. Also, now I'm stealing your words.
Okay, we've got 6 words now.
I do think it's ridiculous that how much we unknowingly put on a partner in a monogamous relationship.
Yes.
Because there's so much that you're not meaning to put there, that you do. Like you just were saying earlier, alluding to about your ex-wife, where like she's not meeting your expectations, you're not meeting her expectations.
Yes.
You didn't even know you had those expectations
Yes.
until they're not being met.
Yes.
And there's not like you don't learn that until you're in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to like the freedom and the openness and the honesty and the lack of ego that comes stereotypically in a healthy polyamorous relationship. Yeah. I'm curious if there's a way to have a healthy monogamous relationship also that's just built on those same principles. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if you know this, but I'm single, so clearly I haven't had a healthy relationship yet.
Yeah.
But I feel like I'm in the best place to have one.
Yeah.
I just haven't. Well, first off, I look like this, so I haven't.
Oh,
met
come on, you're adorable.
Right, but that adorable, sure. Attractive, no. And there is a difference. Like a puppy is adorable. Yeah, she's laughing, but she's not correcting herself.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Right.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. Oh, my pride.
Oh, such a cute little puppy.
Yeah.
I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Listen, I've spent a lot of time in Boys Town, and I always have a great time, and I always do very well.
Yes.
They love me out there.
Yeah.
I'm what they call a bear.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but getting back on point. Yeah, I'm excited to explore that though. But did you find yourself in a polyamorous relationship then with those two ladies, or?
Sort of, not really. It was kind of I don't know, surface level.
Yeah, like a non-starter.
Yeah, I'm. So, how do I say this? So, the two that were together are no longer together. Me and the other girl still talk with each other, and neither one of us talk with the third person.
Nice.
But we're friends.
Yeah.
You know, thinking about having a relationship, and I am a part of another.
Really taking advantage.
Yeah. I love people. I don't know. Did
you feel stifled when you were younger? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Wait,
but
what?
Do you feel emotionally stifled from when you were coming up?
Can you define that a little bit more?
I could try. So, like, I was around toxic masculinity, and now I very much reject it and don't like to be around it as much as possible.
Okay, yeah.
In the same vein, do you feel like you weren't getting what you needed emotionally coming up when you were growing up?
Oh, for sure.
And maybe that's why you're kind of not overdoing it, but like so open to so much of it. Because I do believe that a human being's capacity to love is limitless.
Yes.
It takes nothing to just love and accept.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't have to think about it. It just happens. And I think that that's the natural state of humanity.
Yeah.
And then slowly people start putting walls and trying to create differences and to make you feel like you're small. Mm-hmm. But I feel like instinctually human beings' capacity to love is unlimited, and that's their go-to default. So that's why I mean, like, if you felt stifled coming up, it makes sense kind of that you're going in the opposite direction. Now, especially now that you're comfortable with who you are.
Yeah. And
now it's like, okay, I have this capacity in me. Why would I limit it to anything?
Yeah, exactly.
Even if you're taking advantage of the word poly.
Am I taking advantage of the word poly?
Literally, no. That's what it means.
Players got it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm so kidding. I love.
Is that a couple? The other thing then also? Just a couple?
There are 4 of us together.
A group.
Yeah. Polycule.
Is it called that?
Polycule? Polycule, I think.
Polycube.
So like a molecule?
Ah.
Like polycule.
Is it called that, really?
Yeah.
That's
I
great.
don't know.
Are you making stuff up?
No, I'm not making it up. I just might not be pronouncing it right.
A polycule.
Yes.
That's hilarious.
And there's there's nothing. I mean, it feels we're not touching parts, okay? to use your phrase, but we're just I don't know. We click on just a different level, and it's just fun.
Does that is that would you classify that as a relationship? Because or is it just a friendship of people that you feel close to?
It's definitely on the verge of a relationship. Yes. So you might be touching parts. The parts are getting close. How about that? Nice. they're getting close. Yeah. But it's yeah.
You feel like a teenager when you do that?
Yeah, I do.
You're like that stupid part of the awkwardness when you're building a relationship and you're like, we almost touched parts.
Behind the shed at school. Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's just I don't know. I don't know if you read it. I wrote a Facebook post, and it was like, I love shoes. Yeah. And it was all about, how I love meeting different people in different situations, because of the phrase, walk a mile in their shoes and you'll understand. Yeah. Well, I want to understand. Right. Like, I want to know what they're going through so that I can be with them, like, in their space, yeah. Right? And we can do whatever their struggle is together and support. I love everybody, and that definitely has a theme wrapped up with it of what I'm hoping for relationship wise.
I think I've decided your future.
You have?
So you're welcome.
Thank you.
I think it would be a disservice to get back into fire sprinklers with this. I feel like there's, if you are interested, obviously you do whatever you feel like. But I feel like what you just said is literally what this show is about, and literally what I do as a life coach. Like, it's what I want to continue to build that practice. Like, mm-hmm. And it's the same kind of thing. Like, I want to meet people where they are and learn about them, and if they're looking for any kind of a shove or a push or motivation, like, let's get there. Mm-hmm. Like, and I have the tools to do that because I've been through a lot of traumatic shit. And when you do that, there's two ways to go. You become a person that just thinks the worst of everybody, mm-hmm. and doesn't want to talk to anybody, or you go the opposite direction that I've been lucky enough to go, where you're like, I don't want anybody to experience anything close to this at all, and I want to help wherever I can. Like, yep. Mr. Rogers used to say, look for the helpers. And they're always there if you're looking and paying attention. Yeah. And I feel like you have the capacity to do that in a meaningful way. It might be something interesting to look into.
I would love to do that. Yeah. I don't feel that I have a choice. This is gonna sound horrible. And this is, I don't want to go on a tangent of the family court system, but the child support, the amount of child support that I owe, is based on my previous income. Right. And it will never be lowered.
Never?
Never, because I have the potential of making
that money.
The money that I used to make.
Right.
So for me to...
Which 24, like, you probably made really good money.
6-figure, yeah.
Yeah, absurd. That's too much money, just so we're clear.
I didn't keep it to myself.
Still.
And it took a lot to get there. Like, I worked my ass
I've heard you were there for over 20 years.
Shut up. But it's fun. I do love it. I do love fire sprinklers. Sure. But I don't feel that's where I need to be. Yeah. Where I need to be is with people, helping people. But I don't know how to make child support payments, mm-hmm. By helping people.
Well, right? You just said you've been unemployed for almost a year and a half. Yeah. How are you paying them now?
So the only thing I'm doing work-wise is doing Uber Eats deliveries.
Oh, so you're still working.
So it's, but that doesn't even pay my bills.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not sustainable. Eventually, you're going to hit a wall.
I've hit the wall.
But like they can't.
I owe.
You'll have to back pay stuff at some point, but they can't make you pay something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean I owe $30,000.
Yeah.
It's $2,100 a month.
I don't
And she has a full-time job and she could pay for everything just fine. Which, whatever. Like
Right,
I'm not gonna
thing, yeah.
get into that. But it's just,
But that's not how that's not how the system works.
Correct.
And is that based on the Wisconsin system? Because you live somewhere else too.
Yeah. So everything's divorce-wise in Wisconsin.
Okay.
And at some point I'm gonna go talk to the legislature and try to like get something that actually works for like parents who actually care but are unable to obtain.
Well,
because
it usually, I mean, it stereotypically still skews towards the mother also usually.
Correct.
Which is a whole other issue.
It skews to the mother, but every dad, because I have fathered my children, even though I'm a trans woman.
Yes.
I have fathered my children. They view me
awesome.
as like a deadbeat dad.
Yeah, that's
And it's just because,
unfortunate.
And it's like, I've been out of work for so long. Everyone was like, well, why is it so hard to get a job? Well, it's a very specific field.
Yeah, it has to be
and for me to make that much money, it's a very specific position.
I found myself with having a lot of leadership roles where I'm not able to get my foot in the door because we can't pay you what you're worth.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I make nothing right now.
Right.
You could do anything, but then
I will sweep the floors and I will show you that.
But they're just like, nah, I can't.
Yeah,
can't do it.
exactly. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting shut down for even interviews now.
Yeah.
And there's positions in Florida or California or Idaho or Massachusetts.
Yeah.
But I can't move there because if I move there, I'm never going to see my kids.
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's tough.
So,
I mean, just the travel back and forth too would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's hard on kids. It's hard on you. Like, that's too much.
Yeah.
Do you feel stuck in Wisconsin? Do you think you'd ever come back to at least Illinois?
It is something that I would consider after talking with my ex-wife and figuring out what's best for the kids.
Yeah. Are you guys cordial at least? Like you co-parent?
That's funny.
Let's back up.
That's funny.
At some point, you're going through all this stuff. Did you say you went on dates with men before you were married?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you already have these things in your brain. Did you have a feeling of like I'm still supposed to marry a lady? Or,
yes.
So that was still at least in there.
Yes.
I think you used the word curiosity is probably a good point at this point, like exploring things and kind of figuring it out, right?
Yeah.
So at some point you meet this lady and you guys have a whirlwind romance. I know that you touched parts at least twice.
Funny thing though, both.
I like that there's a story somehow.
Both of the boys are IUI babies.
Is that true?
Yeah. So we actually never even would have had to have touched parts.
Well, I'm under the impression that you didn't now. As far as I'm concerned, you're still a virgin.
Yes, we're gonna go with that.
Good for you.
I don't know. Oh my gosh.
But eventually you get married and you have a family.
Yeah.
And again, some of the language is always going to be tough because I'm going to use this word. I'm going to use the word fraud.
Yeah.
And it sounds harsh, but did you feel like a fraud? Or did you come to that eventually?
Yeah. I mean, because
just keep it on like the back of your head, like because at that point, especially when you have kids, like there's no more. Unfortunately, there's no more you.
Right.
Now we're raising these kids.
Right.
And this is center stage. This is what's important.
Yep.
And who cares how I feel or what I have going on right now?
Yeah.
Now, that's going to creep up eventually and be a problem. But at least in that moment, you're like, got to focus on the kids.
Yep. yeah, and I mean, I'm still 100% focused on the kids as much as I can. Like
that's when you start realizing, you can do both.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, they don't even know about about me being transgender.
How old are the boys?
They are 9 and 6.
So they're still relatively young, and everybody's got to make that decision. That's up to everybody's parents.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's the right call?
I want them to know right now.
You do want them to know, but now you and your ex have to agree.
Yes.
So
that's where the problem is.
That's a point of contention. Mm-hmm. Does she have an idea of what would be quote unquote appropriate?
What do you mean?
Like, doesn't want to explain it to the kids. Does she have an idea, or is she just turned off to the whole thing?
I think she's 100% just disgusted with me.
Really?
And the thing that I don't quite understand is, like, we had conversations before we even got engaged.
Right. While you were dating, I would presume that she knows these things about you, that you're at least pansexual, right?
That I had been with guys in the past.
Right.
Yes.
So it's not necessarily...
Pansexual wasn't a word back then,
That's
I guess.
True, yeah. But she at least is like, this thing exists.
Right.
And, however that's going to manifest as time goes on.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a whole new information.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And at the time too, like, I believed in monogamy. So it was like, I love you so much, like, I'm not going to have to think about other guys.
Right.
Or other girls.
But during the course of the relationship, not by like going after or pursuing, but did you feel those pulls?
Yeah, for sure.
But normal.
But they what is that phrase? You can look at the menu, but you just can't order or something like that, right?
I
know. Me too.
But yes.
But there's always going to be temptation out there.
Yeah.
All the time. But it's like, no, I've made a commitment, right? Because even if I didn't necessarily love the idea of monogamy anymore, I was in a monogamous relationship that I committed to.
Right.
I promised her until I die.
Sure.
So even if I have those thoughts creep up, there's nothing that I'm going to do about it.
This kind of opens another window that we're gonna crawl through, because
we have a lot of windows in here.
Yeah, it's so hot when the sun's out and the beating. But what you're speaking of right now with the commitment, and you said till death do us part, is a very religious mindset.
Yes,
because that's how a traditional wedding would go. And I also know that when we were younger, aside from wearing a cowboy hat and singing Garth Brooks,
love it.
Yeah, I still will belt out Garth Brooks, but I don't tell anybody.
That's fine.
But also that at some point, I don't know if it's at some point, if it was always there, but at some point you started skewing more religious. Which is aside from like moving and everything, is probably where we probably started going different directions. Because I've always been very anti-religion. But were you always religious when you were younger, or were you kind of just being pulled that direction or pushed that direction?
Yeah. So, so growing up, my mom was Catholic and my dad was Baptist.
Oh wow.
So, I didn't really fully understand.
Yeah.
Like what was the correct thing.
Sure.
But I was taught that there is a God and that he loves you.
Sure.
Right. And
but then you start learning there's all these rules.
Right. And so it was difficult to understand. It wasn't until like junior high that I really started like digging into it, because you're right, there was like a push, like you need to be a good Catholic or good Christian, whatever, like, to go to church. Did
somebody say that literally to you?
No.
Okay, no, you felt like they were trying to get you to do that?
Well, society, at least, like my parents were kind of hands off.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to like give us options.
Sure.
But for me, I needed more than options. I needed direction.
Right.
Not necessarily a push in a direction, but like, tell me why it's a good idea or why it's a bad idea or whatever. So it wasn't until late junior high, I'm pretty sure, that I started meeting some friends that were Christian and were just like slamming the Bible like down my throat. And I'm just like, okay, well, that's going to convince me to go to church.
Right.
And then my grandpa actually said once, like, okay, I'll see you at church. And I was just like, okay. And then I ended up going just because he lived down in Kentucky, but he was up here. And I'm like, well, it's just more time for me to spend with him.
Sure.
And so I went, and then I didn't stop going. It was very interesting because that's kind of where I started to be able to be more authentic.
Really?
And, to see that we all make mistakes and it's okay.
Yeah.
And if you want to put your trust into God, to help you, then here's, according to this book, how you can do it.
Right.
And that evolved into me doing music ministry and being crazy about God, right? Crazy in a good way, quote unquote good way.
Sure.
And like, because of the Bible thumpers that like I had beating me down in junior high, it's like, I will never be like that.
Yeah.
And that allowed me to be more open and just like kind of share my experience, but in a very non-judgmental way.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shoot, am I going to say this the right way? In a very judgmental way.
Yeah. That tracks.
But then, I hit that wall where, like, when this divorce started, and I was just like, God, where are you? And mind you, there was so much drama in the church.
Yeah.
So much, which is unfortunate.
Well, whenever you get more than one person in a room,
right,
there's going to be drama.
Right.
Especially a place where it's like, hey, this is what we're striving to be, but people are people.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, it wasn't until I was going to a church in Iowa, and it was just like, wow, this, like, the pastor is up there saying, hey guys, I did X, Y, and Z, and I know that it's easy for someone to preach not to do that. I'm just letting you know that I just did that because I'm human.
Right.
So, like, we're all a group. I'm not up here pretending that I'm better than you.
Yeah.
You
can go to a good church that doesn't talk down.
Yeah.
That is open to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's definitely various. Your mileage may vary.
Yes, exactly. Which is unfortunate. I mean, I wish that every church would just preach love.
Yeah.
Like, and just all these rules. The rules don't matter.
Right. Well, it's all speculative also. It's not
correct.
It was written hundreds of years after the events, proposed events.
Right.
And it's designed to control people.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. But
But
the one thing that remains is loving people is good.
Right. That's true.
So let's just love people.
Do you consider yourself
right?
You still go to church?
I don't.
Do you consider yourself still religious?
I don't.
Okay.
And the reason why is because when the divorce started, I was just like, how could a God do this? For someone like me who's so devout, and someone like my wife who is so devout.
So I think you missed a couple of stories in the Bible where a guy will literally be like, I'm going to take everything away from you to prove how much you love me.
Yeah. Well, I am failing that one. I am, because I've given the big middle finger to him. I would love to get back in a place where, I can have that community again.
Yeah.
Because it really is good. If you find the right church
Sure, yeah.
with the right people, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
But I've been I visited plenty that were just so toxic. The first
Yeah.
like 5 minutes of walking in, I'm like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, it's crazy when it's palpable.
Yes.
You just walk in, you're like,
Yeah.
this is toxic.
Yep. And unfortunately, sometimes that's like people's one and only experience.
Yeah.
With it, which
That's
is, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, nothing will make you an atheist faster than being a Catholic.
Oh my gosh, you're so right. Not that we're bashing Catholics.
No. Well, I've always been agnostic, and even now I'm still agnostic. Like, some days I might argue different things, but like, I think agnostic's the way to be. I was just talking about it in the last episode too, because a friend of mine has just kind of come back to being religious, which is great. Like, me, man, like whatever feels good. Like, if it makes you happy, go for it. Like, we should all be so lucky. But I just think that we as humans can't comprehend that capacity of existence.
Yeah.
Why bother to speculate on it?
Yeah.
Like you said, love is tangible, and its capacity is unlimited. We should just focus on that. And not in like a weird hippie drum group way.
No, I'm
like
totally hippie drum group. Let's go.
I'm into it, bro. I don't know if you see the crystals around the room, but I'm also.
There we go. We got some ring.
I noticed when you walked in, I was like, oh, he's wearing a full chakra, or she's wearing a full chakra, please. So I keep stumbling over words, and I'm very aware of it because we're recording, and I feel like if we were just talking, I wouldn't be, and I'm trying not to be hard on myself. One, because you already said like shit's gonna happen, but it does bring up the question of that I think is a big deal, especially like in this day and age, of dead naming.
Yeah.
We talked already earlier too about how words evolve as culture evolves. I don't see how that's any different. Like if somebody chooses, like somebody's like, Doc, I can't remember to call so and so by this name or these pronouns. Like, really, you can't.
Yeah.
But. And we talked before we got into there's a difference between being an asshole who has the information and refuses, and somebody who's like genuinely like, I'm with you, that's awesome, but I keep tripping over myself because of 40 years of history.
Right.
And because you had mentioned some people just get mad. Do you think that there's a learning curve there? That like because you give people grace, right? Is that fair?
Yeah.
And kind of, all right, because in a sense we're kind of doing this together.
Yeah.
But sometimes, have you had people that are just dicks about it?
Yes. Yes, for sure. Yeah. So it's so funny. So this, so I go to a bar in Lisle, and not that I'm like a heavy drinker or anything. It's just okay, I'm gonna backtrack. I have to say this. Okay. Yeah. So like it's this total like dive bar, wood paneling, a lot of bikers. Yeah. No place for a trans woman to go. Right. No place for a trans woman to go.
You're not looking for trouble at all.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
But a friend invited me there for a drink in the afternoon sometime. I'm like, okay.
When you walked in, you're like, I'm gonna get murdered today.
Yes.
Like, you genuinely, like, 'cause that's a real, like, I'm joking, but like, there is a fear.
Yes.
Like we mentioned earlier, you're potentially putting a target on your back in certain scenarios.
I have a knife in my purse. I don't want, it's like, just because
it hurts to know that that's smart.
Right. I had to think about what you said there, but yeah, it's like, okay, so it's funny. The reason why I have a knife in my purse is because of someone at the bar. Hold on. Oh, don't jump to conclusions.
I'm trying not to judge.
Someone at the bar told me to put a knife in my purse.
Right.
Someone at the bar told me how to use a knife. The people in that bar are like my best friends.
Yeah.
Like big guys like you. Big beards. Giving me bear hugs.
Yeah. Further proof. This is why we don't judge. I think you can have preconceived notions. I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah.
But when you have new information, you adjust what you think.
Yep.
I don't think that's being judgmental. That's just smart.
Yeah, and it's just so I am known as the resident trans at that bar. Love it. Like if I meet like a new person and they say he or something like that, big biker guy at the other end of the bar. She's a girl. I'm just like, word. So it's, I feel like everybody there is just so respectful, and I love it. There's one person who does dead name me and does say he every once in a while, and then it's like, I keep forgetting. Like I'll figure it out, and kind of sort of gets mad a little bit, but at himself.
Right.
Everybody else, like, there will be, of course, she. Because, again, I do it myself, so I'm never going to be able to, I will never get mad at somebody
Do you
for
do it
doing
yourself?
that. I do, yeah.
In what capacity?
Well, so, like, I have some non-binary friends that prefer they.
Okay. You mean you do it to other in my head, I was like, she must do it to herself, too.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, oh, I'm an idiot.
Yeah. No, but
like when you're signing your name, you're like, that's not right.
Well, I do have to sign I haven't legally changed my name. I will. I will in a couple months.
You'll remember too, before we got on, when you had mentioned Raya, not Raya, and I was like, I have thoughts on that.
Well, you just said it backwards, but that's right.
You're right. Well, because I always think of the Disney film. Ever since I saw it, I was like,
yes, Raya and Last Dragon.
Yeah, which is a great film.
Awesome film.
Yeah, but I was like, how easy can you make it? Like, it's such a zero step from your regular your birth name to.
Thank you for saying birth name.
Yeah,
I prefer.
I started saying regular, but I was like, no, it's not your regular name; it's your birth name.
Well, I prefer birth name over dead name, and I totally understand people who say dead name.
For sure.
I just, for me, it's like I don't want to disrespect. My, like, that era, if you will.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry to cut you off.
I was
excited.
I feel like I've been exposed in a small sense, an extremely small sense, because Laura Jane Grace is the lead singer of Against Me, and she's a transgendered woman, and I fucking adore her.
Yeah.
Like, she's my favorite singer. She's been amazing forever, and I've gotten to kind of, from a fan standpoint, watch her whole career of, being a man, being in a famous band as a man, getting married, having a kid, becoming finally living her truth and becoming a woman, and still being in this same famous band and just being better because she's finally being who she can be.
Yeah.
Like, so I try to be as conscious as possible because I love her so much. I'm hoping to one day meet her.
That'd be fantastic.
It would probably be boring, and I'd be like, I don't know what to say to you. Or I'd be starstruck or something, but she's just a regular lady. But yeah, so with your birth name, I forgot what even my point was. Oh, it's so close. It's like so easy.
Yeah.
But then I was like, what you should do is it should be Raya, just Rya, and then when you're like, it's Raya, you can pretend you're saying my birth name, but only do 75% of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you can't make it any easier than that.
Right. That was a thought.
Really?
That was a thought, yes. But it didn't seem fun enough.
I like the fun factor. Because realistically, it's your birth name is genderless. I've met plenty of girls with that name.
Yeah.
But it's also exciting to get to choose your own thing, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Birth name being... I still get called... Okay. I go through a McDonald's drive-thru.
Yeah.
I didn't just admit that I eat McDonald's. And sometimes they're like, okay, what's your name? I'm like, Raya. And they're like, okay, Ryan, got it. I'm like, oh,
now you did that because you didn't change it enough.
Well, right.
Because they didn't even know that was their birth name.
Right, exactly. So now I'm like, Raya. They're like, okay, how do you spell that? I say however you want to.
Yeah.
just to see the different variations. But anyway, it's when in loud environments or someone like can't hear it correctly and they think it's Ryan, I'm like, just drop the N off and you got it.
Did your parents struggle with that? 'Cause I feel like that would be the hardest part, is kind of birthing and raising a child who's then like, well, I'm this now. Even if you're supportive, like, that's something that's easy to trip over.
Yes. Okay, so I would I would say that my parents are not supportive overall,
Sure.
but the name they're okay with, because here's what I did. Because my mom often calls me Rye.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, which still works.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just said, if you could just keep it as Rye,
Yeah, no problem.
we're good.
Yeah. It is a disgusting bread.
Wait, what?
Rye bread is gross.
Oh, yes.
I just want to make sure that's on record. That everybody understands rye bread is
Yes.
disgusting.
Yeah. I would love a Reuben, but can you put it on a different bread?
Any other bread besides rye.
Right. Yeah. So they do very well at that. And if she ever says Ryan, she's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And I'm like, "It's fine. Like it's fine. Like
Right.
you don't have to apologize."
Well, I think that there's some people get upset, and I can understand getting upset to an extent. But like, if the cashier at a place accidentally says the wrong thing, like, is that the battle? Is that the hill to die on?
That's not the
Probably
hill to die
not.
on. Yeah.
And unfortunately, we keep talking about, culture and community. Unfortunately, those are the kind of people then that they judge a community on.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it's such a rare occurrence, realistically. But the world is looking at that and being like, they must all be like this, which is criminally unfortunate. But that's just how the internet and stuff work, and news works these days.
And I live my life based off of that. Hold on.
I was just saying, like, you're a representative of a community. Do you feel that? Because that can be tough to kind of live within while also being an individual.
I am. This sounds weird, but I'm making it my mission to change the outlook of people from outside the community.
Yeah.
To their views on people inside the community. Mm-hmm. So going back to this bar, all right, there's one person in this bar that like refuses to call me by my preferred name. They will always say that I'm a guy, whatever.
Yeah.
I still talk to them,
Sure.
though, and they do things to like purposely try to make me mad. Like, hey, if you're at a high school volleyball game, what bathroom are you gonna go in?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I'm gonna go in the women's. Like, it's like if like before I go in and I see like an 8-year-old girl go in, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna hold it just for a little bit, just so that like I'm not looked at more judgmentally
what
than I
helps a lot
need
in that
to.
Situation is not being a pedophile.
Yes, no, you're right.
I made that sound like a joke, but that's how stupid that argument is. Is that it's that simple? Because this is actually incredibly serious. Where you as a person, it's probably safe to do what you just said and maybe give it a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Because of everybody else's opinions, but how dumb is that?
Well, but people are saying that trans people are pedophiles.
Right, and that somehow that's become synonymous, even though there's no evidence to prove that, or it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But the public at large believes what the TV tells them.
Yes.
And whatever's on the internet.
Yes.
And it goes back to even if one case was true, that's what they're going to hang their hat on.
Correct.
Even though like the church has hundreds, probably thousands of pedophiles.
Right.
And we're still like that church though.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll move them somewhere else where there's less hot kids.
That's a great less hot kids. Love it. So, but I like, I will continue to talk to this person.
Yeah.
And like, it's funny, like his girlfriend like slaps him upside the head and like, stop it, you're being an idiot, and like whatever.
Yeah.
And he's just like, well, so like and he apologized one time. He's like, how can we be friends or something? And I'm just like, just respect me as a person.
We're doing it right now.
Like, just respect me.
Yeah.
And we're good. Like, I have no problem talking to you. And you're flat out disrespecting me to my face.
Yeah.
But I'm still talking to you. I still love you as a human. Like, just respect me as a human, and we're good.
Yeah.
You know, it and funny thing too, like if somebody new goes in there, like they'll like go up to the bartender and be like, hey, you know, do you know that person over there? Like how do they feel about X, Y, and Z? You know what the bartender does? Says, go talk to her.
Yeah.
Like,
why would somebody do that in the first place?
Like,
what kind of a scenario where you walk into a bar and you're like, just you particularly, and they're like, what's her story?
Right. Well, people do that. I mean,
do you feel like you stand out? Well, maybe at that bar you might, right? If it's a stereotypical one.
Well, I was wearing 4-inch heels last night.
You're already taller than me, which I was mad about when you walked in.
I'm 6'1" without heels.
Are you? Yeah, I'm only 5'10".
Yeah.
I'm even madder now.
No.
Yeah, so 4-inch heels.
You.
Yeah, thanks. 6'5" then at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I stand out.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But, you know, I'm also, like, always laughing and having fun and talking with everybody.
Do you laugh obnoxiously loud?
Or
is it just like here
I don't,
where you're just
I don't
like
think so.
totally throwing your head
I,
back?
I,
Oh my God. And touching your chest ever so daintily.
No, I don't. I suppose I could laugh loud. I try not to, but no, it just. I think it's a normal reaction.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if you see something that could be out of place. Well, okay, because let's think about it. A trans woman at a dive bar
Sure.
that is nobody else around looks like me. Yeah, I'm out of place. But I'm okay with that.
Well,
So
I think that's the beauty of right now is how many fucking pioneers there are. Because what you just said is a newer situation and a newer sensation. But that's where we're at in life right now. You know, this isn't a new thing, transgender people, by any means. But that scenario you just said is. At least in that scope of existence, in that bar. Yeah. So there's so many people that are pushing forward as a pioneer of the first one. And that's why I feel like there's a lot of pressure to be mindful that you're representing a full thing unfairly, for sure. Mm-hmm. But reality is reality, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Do you feel that too?
Yeah.
So, do you ever feel censored? Or like you're holding back at all? Or are you just like...
I don't feel that I'm feeling held back. I always try to like... It's a mix between treading lightly and being as authentic as I possibly can.
That's a really good way to put it. Treading lightly, which is being mindful and being authentic.
Yeah.
That's good.
Like, I'm not going to change who I am for other people, but I may not be as, I don't know, like at family parties or something. It's like, I'm going to go in boy mode just to ease everybody's anxiety. But I'm still going to not hide the fact that I'm trans.
Sure.
You know, which, right, wrong, or indifferent. I mean, some people say, why not be full girl mode and just like,
I mean,
who cares what they think?
Well, you're allowed to.
Like, correct, I am.
And that's the difference, I think, is like you're choosing. So it almost begs the question of what makes you trans. Because I mean, that's a really loaded question, and everybody's experience is going to vary. But is it as simple as just this is just how I identify? There's, you know, you can't look at somebody and decide that. Like that's something you have to learn about somebody and how they relate to it.
Yeah.
So especially with that kind of where you have your boy mode, what then for you kind of defines being transgender? Mm-hmm. You are wearing bright pink socks.
Are they too bright? I think they're cute.
I like when you tried to call your shirt pink also.
Okay, so...
Because I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She walks in and she's like, I'm in boy mode. And I'm like, are you? And she's like, well, I wore this masculine shirt. And I was like, do you mean that pink shirt you're wearing? Which we decided was salmon. But she did get it out of the boy section.
Yes.
Also, the hat's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, a trans flag hat. Yes. Speaking of the hat, okay, just gonna touch on this. I've gotten so many like compliments on the hat. Just
We
in
talk about a target. It
yeah.
definitely helps too when people are like, awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Anyway, so like, what's the difference, or what makes me a trans woman? It's not the outside.
Yeah.
If it was just the outside appearance, I would be a cross-dresser, right? Cross-dresser being defined as someone who identifies as a man but still dresses as a woman.
Right.
Me, I'm a woman on the inside, and whether I appear male or female
Your
on the
inside is same,
outside,
right. Yeah.
my inside is female.
Yeah. I've worn a dress before.
Good.
I think. Just saying.
I do it.
And makeup also.
Bet. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Girls were messing with me back in high school, and I would let them put makeup on me and stuff. Because I always had long hair back then too.
Nice.
So I'd have like pigtails and a ponytail.
So jealous.
Bruh, like I wish I could still do it, but this rat's nest is absurd. The thing though is the point of that was how it doesn't matter. Like though, like I like how you put that, because the outside doesn't necessarily define you. It's easy to see somebody that's maybe posts whatever surgeries they decided to get and be like, oh, clearly, but we just have been this and this for so long that it's like, well, I don't see it. I was like, well, it's not about what you see. This is who I am as a person inside. And if you're not interested to get to know me, it doesn't matter in the first place. We don't need to talk.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had random people say like, "Oh, so are you like fully transitional?"
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean?
This goes back to your parts. People are very interested in a trans kid's parts.
Yes.
Which makes me laugh when those are the same people that don't want trans people in their bathrooms, but they're very concerned about parts.
Right.
Like it's creepy.
Like, oh yeah, so just if you take her that part, now it's okay for them to go in that bathroom? Right. No, you're still gonna have an issue with that.
Right.
I don't know why. But...
I can't wait for the day when a women's bathroom has to have a sign that says "No dicks."
Well, does that mean like physically body part or like the person?
That's the whole point.
Oh, the name?
There's no answer.
Or are you just like...
You can keep changing whatever you want, but you're not making it any better. You're just making it funnier and stupider.
Yes. I saw a bathroom sign recently. It's probably one of my favorite. Not okay. I've got funny favorites, but then I've got like realistic favorites.
Yeah.
It didn't say men or women. It just had one had a picture of a toilet, and the other had a picture of a toilet and a urinal.
Yeah. And
it's just like, it doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like if you want to stand up, you can go in this one.
Yeah.
It's.
I think it's weird that we ever separated them in the first place. Like,
yeah,
I feel like it was.
I do too.
I'm 100% speculating, but I feel like they were initially separated because all of us were gross when we poop. And I didn't like. I feel like stereotypically men didn't want to know that girls were gross when they pooped, and girls didn't want to know how little men wash their hands.
Oh, honey, women don't wash hands either.
Like I worked in retail, and I have seen.
I'm just letting you know.
The women's bathrooms was always worse. Like they would smear poop all over.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh, plus you start getting tampons and stuff.
Yes.
Just leisurely strewn about. Like,
oh my god,
dude. Yeah.
They at least have trash cans now in every stall.
So I've done it a couple of times too. I'm curious. Does it trigger in your brain when I say little things like that aren't necessarily gender specific? Because I do say like dude and bro a lot.
Oh.
Do those hit you?
No.
I'm sure some people would for sure. My mom hates being called you guys.
Okay, that's valid.
And I'm like, I hear you, but it's a real uphill fight.
Yeah. If this room was filled with cis women and trans women, no cis boys or trans boys, I'd still be using bro and dude and whatever.
I think those are just part of our
to me that's just hey use like hey everybody in this room, hey everybody that I'm talking to, and I don't know, I just maybe I'm solo on that one.
Well,
but
everybody's
like that's
at their wherever they are in their journey, and like we haven't touched on anything really traumatic, and some people have a really really ugly road to get to where they are.
That's valid.
Like, some people don't even make it. Like they literally just it sucks. But some people they start feeling different, and so many things are against them, and they just like check out rather than try to move forward because they just don't have the support system. That sucks.
Or worse yet, they take their lives.
Yeah, they take their life. Even some people will take their life for them just because they feel different on the inside, which is stupid. I know we're making a lot of jokes, having a nice, fun conversation, but that's the reality. The stuff we're talking about and joking about is costing people their lives.
Yes,
and that's not okay.
Correct.
The only reason I can deal with that is by my trigger is to make fun of it, but make fun of it in a not hurtful way, but like playful. Yeah. Hopefully playful. Yeah, yeah. Because it's just too much. Have you had to deal with anything that you would consider traumatic? I mean, obviously your parents not being supportive is traumatic, but like, are they? It's not like they're doing anything outwardly.
Are you asking specific trans-wise or life-wise?
I would say both. I mean, they might bleed over more than we realize.
Okay. For me, it's so hard for me to define what trauma is, and I think it's because I'm so used to shoving things down. Yeah. Like sometimes I'll tell a story and someone will be like, "Whoa, that's like super traumatic," and I'm like, "Oh, wait,
crossed your mind.
Wait, yeah, I guess that should be traumatic, I guess, you know, and then I'm able to unpack it and go forward, right? But the one thing for me that is definitely traumatic is when my wife, we were hitting a rough patch.
Sure.
And I had always had suicidal thoughts since like high school. And I'm just going to say a blanket statement that I understand in high school that, a large number of people get depressed and because their cliques are no longer how they wish that they would be.
All the adults are pulling you so thin and offering no support.
Right.
And then your actual life is pulling you so thin and nobody will listen.
Right.
I pride myself on being able to be close with high school and junior high kids. I love junior high kids. They're just starting to realize adults are full of shit.
Yeah.
And like they're trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
And I love that because I never forgot that. And I'm still able to talk to that. I still don't feel like an adult now. Like adults make me uncomfortable.
Yes.
And I still remember what it's like to be 11, 12, and 13. So I like to try to relate to them as much as possible because adults grow up and they're just like, fuck these kids.
Yes.
Get it together. I had to pull myself up by my bootstraps. Like, you can just dude, stop.
Yeah.
Stop talking down to them like that.
Like, big fuck you.
Yeah.
So I've struggled with that like on and off, but never to a point that it was like I was really afraid. But when my wife and I were starting to have struggles, I was just like, look, I understand that a lot of people could potentially use this as like an ultimatum type deal, but like I'm feeling very suicidal, and I'm not going to say like, if you divorce me, I'm going to kill myself, right? Because it wouldn't surprise me that some people would use that as an ultimatum, right? But I just said, this is how I'm feeling, and then she's like, okay, well, how can we get you out of that feeling? Like, what can I do to help you? And I just said, I just need you to let me be a part of my own life, because right now you are making all of the decisions for us. You know, you're the one wanting a divorce. You're the one wanting to do this. You're the one wanting to do that. And I feel like I have no sense of self. I said, if you just allow me to make decisions in my own life that affect me and my children, that's all I need. Because right now I feel just so voiceless.
Dictated to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh yeah, sure, okay, no problem." And
I think that's an easy thing to say.
did you see it on my face? Did I give it? Did I give it away already?
I've seen this episode.
Yes.
But I feel like it's tough in practice. Because I don't know her at all, so I don't know if she was just saying that to shut you up. But there's a chance that she genuinely meant okay. But what does that look like?
I felt at the time it was 100% sincere.
Yeah.
And then there was one time that I recorded our conversations because she gaslit me so much. So I needed just like for reference, right? And there was one time I forgot to not record because I would record like in the morning before I got ready for work, and I forgot. Anyway, I heard her talking to her mom when I was not there.
Oh no.
By the way, let me just state for the record, this is 100% illegal. I did not know this at the time.
You recording?
Me recording when I was not in the same room. Yeah.
Right.
100% illegal.
Yeah.
Don't do it. She had called her mother and she said, "I'm filing for divorce," when she just told me the night before that she's not going to. I'm just like, we're supposed to be talking about this. We're supposed to be, communicating, to be a group. I don't know, united. And that sent me into such a bizarre spiral that I've never experienced before in my life.
Yeah.
It was like I literally had the devil and the angel on my shoulders. The devil saying, "You're done. Go do it. Go crash your car.
Yeah.
It's not worth living anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You can't trust her. If you can't trust her, who can you trust?
Right.
You have no life." And then the angel, "You have kids.
Right.
You're special. There is a point to your life. You'll get through this." And they were just screaming at each other. And I, after severely breaking down, I somehow ended up driving myself to the hospital and checked myself in and had a nice 5-day stay. Never imagined I'd ever be there.
Yeah.
And as unfortunate as it is, I'm so thankful for having that experience, because now if somebody says, "Hey, I'm suicidal," I'm like, "Oh, red flag." It's
Right.
like somebody could be using it as a joke. Somebody could be using it for real.
Yeah.
I am treat every time I hear it.
Yeah.
It's real. In my mind, it's real.
Yeah.
And I'm not letting you go until I know that you're safe.
Right.
And if you're not safe, I will drive you to the hospital myself.
Yeah.
And there are so many people that I have met online, whether it be Facebook or Snapchat, that are just seemingly everybody's suicidal. And
We're
I'm
all
just
barely
like,
hanging on.
I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
One person was, I think they were 12. They were either 12 or 14. And when I say, when they said how old they were on Snapchat, I'm like, bye. I am not talking to you.
Yeah. Smart.
And they're like, "No, please.
Yeah.
Please." And they were begging me. Like, I just need to talk to somebody. I'm like, okay, but like the second this goes weird, I'm gone.
Yeah.
And then they just started talking about how they're trans and their parents don't respect them. They belittle them. And they really just want to call it quits.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, okay, honey, I'm not letting you go.
Right.
And there's so many.
And you want to go back
So
to
many.
fire sprinkler systems.
Yeah.
That because that's where you should be.
That's where I want to be.
You know, there's that whole protect trans kids movement, and it's a shame we need that, but we do.
Yeah.
Like it's a real big thing. I use suicide as a joke a lot. I shouldn't because I've had way too many friends commit suicide, but that's my defense mechanism.
Yeah, it's natural.
For my depression and dealing with things, anyways. If I couldn't joke about it, I probably would have done it by now. But because you made a hell of a post over weeks on Facebook. Is that during this time?
Yeah.
So, because you had literally a 9-part suicide note on Facebook that was brilliantly written. Did you top your head that, or did you write that out and slowly start releasing pieces of it? Or did you just from the cuff every time?
From the cuff every time. I kind of had like a basic outline in my head as far as like the points that I wanted to make, like each individual point. And there were, I think, 2 of them that were just like added just based on some responses that I got from it.
There had to be a lot of different responses.
Yeah.
I feel like that really shook people up.
It shook people up.
Which was the whole point.
Yes, that's exactly the point.
Yeah. I think people miss that, like, not to generalize too much, but stereotypically, if somebody's talking, you know that they're safe.
Yeah.
Like you just said, keeping that kid talking.
Yeah.
As long as you're talking, I know you're safe.
Yeah.
When you're not talking and you're just stewing, that's dangerous.
Yes.
That's when it gets really rough.
Absolutely.
We've all stared into the abyss.
And to throw this in really quick, I wish that I knew exactly who said this. I saw it on a Facebook reel. It's this guy, and he has this deal with his friend now. Hopefully you've seen it, where if they're not feeling well, they just say, "Hey, I need 8 minutes."
Yeah.
Like, because supposedly that's as long as if you spend 8 minutes with someone in sincere communication, that can literally save someone's life.
Yeah.
And like, it's crazy to think about. Like, 8 minutes is not a long time.
Not really, no.
It's not, but so much can happen in 8 minutes, and you can feel validated. And so, like, I've been trying to spread that. I need to look up who said it, and because they say it much better than I am, right? But yeah, those suicide notes, very conflicting messages on responses, rather, to those.
I feel like you had a concise point. Some of it is dancing around, obviously, because you have to.
Yeah.
About certain things. It's not like you just were airing grievances. This is layered. There's a lot going on here, and also whatever you're reading is by design not the whole story.
Yes.
So I feel like people are filling in their own blanks or deciding what you mean, and then coming at you.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah. And let me also throw this in there. I am autistic. Actually, just learned that within the past year, which makes so much sense now looking back in my life. The problem with being autistic, for my experience, is communication is not easy, especially written communication.
Yeah.
Being able to talk back and forth, like if I say something and you're like, wait, what? I have a chance to like.
Right. But when it's written, it's final.
Right.
The finality of it all is a lot sometimes.
Yes. And, also being autistic, I'm not going to hold back.
Yeah.
I don't know how to filter. And that's part of my authenticity too. It's like, I don't know how to filter, so I'm just, hey, here we go. Right. so, a lot of people, like, they missed that very first post, which I feel is, I don't want to say the most important, but it's very foundational, which is like, this is my suicide note
Yeah.
after
Right.
I thought about suicide.
Right. That's so, because I remember when people started coming to me, like my mom, because your mom, she
Yep.
talked to your mom, and then I'd already seen it. So when she came to me and asked, I was like, yeah, I read it. I'm following the whole story. Like,
Yeah.
and she's like, oh, and I'm like you don't know what's happening,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying not be concerned, but I'm saying you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And if we're seeing posts, and it felt like you just said, it's from not necessarily a clear mind, but it's from a what's the word when you're like looking back.
Yeah.
I forget what the word is. In retrospect.
Yes.
It's like, yeah.
I'm thinking 2020.
Yeah.
It's got to be here somewhere.
It's like, this is a retrospective look back from the present, which is probably more nuanced than our moms can handle.
No, that's valid.
Yeah.
That's valid.
But
I mean,
that's what I felt. I was like, I don't think there's cause for alarm
mm-hmm.
right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just so crazy. Like the comments that were given on it were so sparse, and
I think people are afraid of it.
yes,
Like you took something that we don't talk about and made people deal with it
that
because it's in their feed
and
it catches you.
and that is what I loved.
Yeah.
And I had people say, "Can you not call it suicide notes anymore?" I said, "No."
Right. That's the point.
Because I want your attention.
Yeah.
I need people who are suicidal or struggling with mental illness to know that they are not alone.
Right.
And I need you who are not struggling with that to realize that there are people who are and they need help.
Yeah.
Like, look around you. Who is struggling with the same things that I'm putting down in words? These are just everyday things. Like, if we really just, you said it earlier with Mr. Rogers, if we just look around, we can find these people,
Yeah.
Who are helpers or need help.
Right.
And it is 100% my intention to just bring this to the forefront so that people can just begin to try to understand it, because the thread throughout those posts was voicelessness.
Right.
And I can't say that it's for everybody contemplating suicide. It has definitely been my experience, though, that everybody that I've spoken with who deals with suicidal thoughts do have a sense of voicelessness.
Right.
They feel alone and not heard.
Yeah.
And I say every day, I do not need to be right. I
Right.
do not need to be right about anything.
Yeah.
In fact, I enjoy it when I'm wrong because that means I learned something.
Right. Which is great. It's nice to evolve as a person.
Right. But I do need to be heard
And that's
and
key.
respected.
Yeah, because even when I think about my past relationships, there's always like, usually when problems come up, you want to fix them, or if arguments come up, you kind of you can't help but be like, how do we fix this?
Mm-hmm.
And my thing, I've said this to a lot of girlfriends where I'm like, I don't need you to agree with what I'm saying. I don't need you to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to hear what I'm about to say.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely am not looking for you to change or to do what I say. I just want to say how I feel out loud and to know that you heard it, and then it goes away.
Yep.
It literally goes away, and I don't want you to sit on it or dwell on it or think it's an actual dig. I just want to say how I feel, so it's released from me. That's it.
You know what the unfortunate thing is?
What?
A lot of people are going to view that as toxic masculinity.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Because one of the judges, when I said that I just need to be heard,
Yeah.
he's like, I bet you do. I bet you need to throw down your fist and demand to be heard.
Well, I didn't say that at all.
But that's
Did they really?
Yes.
The judge gaslit the shit out of you?
Yes.
Wow. That's unfortunate.
Same judge. I've been asked by multiple judges. Of course, I don't have any nail polish on right now, which is crazy.
Yeah, thanks for dressing up.
Yeah. Like for the past year, I haven't seen my natural whatever. Anyway, like 3 different judges. Like, why are your fingernails painted?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What does that have to do with this case?
Yeah.
Yeah, the judges gaslight the shit out of me.
Yeah. Well, we've been lucky enough that our president has put a lot of great judges into positions over the last. We did it in his last term, and he's doing it now. Lucky us.
I'm not going to get into politics.
Yeah,
like you said earlier, I don't watch the news. I don't. It's just so.
Yeah.
Like someone will say like, "Hey, did you hear this happen?" I'm like, "That's doubtful."
Yeah.
But let me read up on it, and of course, because it's like people take one little tiny thing.
Right.
It's like then I read about it.
You didn't even read the whole article. You read the first paragraph and regurgitated it like it was fact.
Right.
Keep reading.
Yeah, and I don't even remember what the latest thing was, but it was like it's not discrimination. Oh my gosh. Segregation.
Yeah.
Like people are saying like he made segregation legal again. Like, whoa, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, okay, I could see why you would freak out. Let me read about this. And it just all it turns out to be is just like he took that part out of contracts, like federal contracts. It's still a law that you can't segregate.
Right.
He's just like there's multiple things that say the same thing. Like I would do that too. Like I obviously don't believe in segregation, but it's like if this is written like 1,500 times, let's kind of knock it down a little bit. Just make it laws easier to understand.
Well, I think that points out the fact that we're kind of growing beyond this is a left thing or a right thing.
Yeah.
They're both being absurd at this point.
Absolutely.
And I feel like the people are like, Jesus Christ, what's a better option?
Yeah.
But they'll figure it out. I'm not going to help them. They'll figure it out.
Yeah. That's about where I am. I'm just.
Yeah. Is there? So we talked about your marriage, and you had mentioned that you didn't want the divorce. After you had checked yourself in the hospital, or after, where was the point, or has there been a point where you're like, this is the right call? Would you rather be suffering in a marriage that's not working?
No, it's really hard, because at the end of the day, I am fully convinced that she is not the same person that she was, even on the day that I went to the hospital. Mm-hmm. Because, so in the hospital, I was all messed up on all sorts of medications that they're throwing me on. Yeah. And me still wanting to work as hard as I can on the relationship, because I'm again made a promise, right? I let it slip that I had recorded her and heard her talking with her mom. Well, 2 weeks later, I had a restraining order on me because that's against the law.
Right.
But the restraining order also said that she was fearful for her physical safety, which I knew was just utter bullshit. Mm-hmm.
Do you have the capacity to yell?
To yell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can yell.
But like, do you? You're very soft spoken, and like, for being a tall lady, you're pretty dainty.
Thank you.
But I mean, like, have you had unfortunate bad arguments and like, or any where's she pulling this straw?
It all came down to just absolutely disregarding my being a human.
Right.
Like
no history there, nothing to go on other than an admitted mistake was made.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, good, because of that, we can just throw all this other stuff on top of it.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's just ridiculous.
I mean, trust me, I was no saint, right? Sure. As a husband. There's definitely times that we had arguments. I guess who doesn't yell when they feel that they're being mistreated?
I've never yelled, or I think maybe one time I've ever yelled at a girlfriend. I have a tendency to, as things escalate in a relationship setting, I actually shut down.
Yeah,
because I
That's valid.
Grew up getting yelled at and swore at and beat up.
Mm-hmm.
That as things escalate, I'm like, I get smaller.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I know where this is gonna go, and I don't want to.
Yeah,
but usually, yes, everybody keeps trying to outdo the other one.
Right. And I mean, looking back at it, also my autism played a lot into it because, as much as we can correct a misunderstanding based on what I said when we're in person,
right?
If that misunderstanding is something that is a core belief,
yeah,
it's harder to have that conversation as a conversation,
right? And a lot of our lives are in text form these days,
mm-hmm.
where I feel like if you text something that you thought was coming off a certain way and they took a different way, because it's already there, it's hard to backtrack, and they're not going to let you clarify. They've already decided this is fact.
I have countless texts like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's unfortunate too.
Yeah, but I didn't know that I was autistic then, right?
Sure.
Now that I've learned that I'm autistic, I am able to not necessarily shut down, but able to just pull back immediately, and be like, okay, well, hold on. I see where this is going. I see why it's going this way.
Right.
Let's start over. We could say the exact same things, but let's start over with the mindset of, I just don't understand what you're actually saying to me.
Yeah. And I think that makes sense. And it's okay to even come to the conclusion that we're not going to understand each other's point.
Right.
But at the end of the day, we don't have to. We don't have to yell about it either.
Right. Yeah. No, I know that I made plenty of mistakes in my marriage and past relationships, as far as communication is concerned. Absolutely. I mean, I always loved as hard as I could love. I always did as much as I could, but communication was an issue.
Yeah,
for sure, 100%. And so her knowing that, filing a restraining order because I recorded, and then fluffing it up with she felt physically afraid of me.
Sure. I feel like that's something that someone who put in her head.
That's exactly where I'm going, right? Because so the hearing on that, she then admitted that, no, I was never fearful. And I was just like, okay, judge, can I call a dismissal on this then?
Right.
And he's like, no, because did you record her? I said, yeah. He's like, well, that's illegal.
Change the wording then? Because if it's all in one, whatever.
And that's part of the problem, right? Yeah. So I have a domestic assault restraining order for recording.
Which should not exist, yeah.
Yeah, let's just put it under a different name of restraining order.
Yeah, right. Well, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it is. It is a big deal because of that restraining order, I don't have custody of my kids.
Right. Again,
because I recorded her because she was gaslighting me, and I was honest about it.
Right. Gotta have consent. Gotta be in the same room.
Yeah.
There's very specific things. But at the same time, it's tough because what would the whole situation have looked like if that one thing didn't happen? If we kind of played devil's advocate, it realistically would look the same. It just would have played out different. It still would have ended in divorce, but it would have been way different.
Yes, divorce, yes, but there's zero co-parenting. Right. I try.
And she right now she doesn't owe you anything because of this absurd piece of paper.
Yeah, right.
And stuff like
exactly.
that.
She like I'm not allowed to like talk to her.
Yeah.
You know, like we could talk about the kids
Yeah.
on a specific court appointed app,
Right.
but like there's nothing.
So do you get to not even like with supervision? Are you able to see your kids?
With supervision, which costs $500 every time I want to see them.
$500?
Yep.
To who?
Yep. And guess who can barely pay their bills with the Uber Eats stuff?
You're talking about you, aren't you?
Yeah. I can't see my kids because I can't afford supervision.
That I don't understand why it costs $500.
Money. I mean, greed. I don't want. I don't know.
It's absurd. Because I was in the impression that supervision just meant that she would have to be there. But I guess that makes sense. You can't have two volatile people. Not that you guys are volatile, but like stereotypically, you can't have two volatile people together.
Mm-hmm.
And you would need to pay somebody. But man, that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a good example of how something that's in position to kind of protect can also hurt.
Yeah.
With bad decisions.
And that's so going back on like I'm treated like a deadbeat dad, right? Like, yeah, like supervision is put into place for parents who are like doing drugs or whatever. Yeah. Like, let's make sure you're not doing drugs in front of the kids,
right?
You know, but like when I have seen the kids with supervision, like the supervisor was like, "Why am I here?"
Right.
I'm like, I know. Like,
do you have a lawyer?
I don't have a lawyer because I can't afford it. I had a lawyer. Right. Cost me $15,000 and for a month.
Yeah.
This thing's been going on a year.
Right. That's $15,000 a month for a year is a lot.
Yeah. Like I told her in the very beginning, like, you know, on my Christian values, you know, like I didn't want to get a divorce because we didn't meet the criteria that's laid out in the Bible, you know, like right. Being all like, whatever. And then I'm like, you know what? Screw that. If we go to 3 marital counseling class, like whatever, and the counselor says, yeah, you two are never going to make it, I will sign whatever piece of paper you want.
Yeah.
Because it'll just be an ongoing battle, whatever. It's like, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
I said, but if you don't want to do that, this is going to cost over $60,000. Well, honey, it's way over $60,000 now.
That's shouldn't be a thing.
It's like, it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars now.
That's crazy. Like it just doesn't make sense. Like why it has to drag out and be ridiculous like that.
I don't know. And I mean, the thing too is like her lawyer and the kid's lawyer, the guardian ad litem, that's what they call them. They take these suicide notes from Facebook.
Yeah. And
they say, hey, look, Raya's a horrible person. Look, they're continually thinking about suicide.
It blows my mind that somebody could look at something and take it as a genuine cry for help, mm-hmm. that it is, and be like, look how terrible they are, mm-hmm. because they are feeling a certain way. Right. This is so messed up.
But that's the thing, though, is like that's how I felt, because it was like in past tense, because it was a suicide note that I wrote after I had thought about suicide. It's a suicide note that is meant to encourage others to talk about it, encourage others to get help, and to tell people about what are my triggers specifically, what is my life been like, what has helped me, and then turn that into well, they're just fucked up. Yeah. They can't be trusted with their kids.
Right.
Well, this is insane because, like, before she got the restraining order, like, she would go on vacation all the time, like, for a week, and be like, here, take care of the kids. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I would love to. What? But now, all of a sudden, after a restraining order, because I recorded her, now I am a completely different person. How is that possible? I was being authentic in saying, hey, I accidentally recorded you.
Right.
And in doing so, I heard this.
It sounds so petty. Like, at the end of the day, it feels petty. Because nothing has changed. You're the same person. They're the same person. Like,
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, it's just unfortunately got to be this way. Do you feel like you're in a better place now?
I am. I'm in a much better place.
Yeah.
As much as wonderful as a person that she was, I can't say is. She was wonderful.
Yeah.
I loved her with everything I had.
Sure. Well, people evolve. People change.
But
it's not always a good thing.
Yeah, and like looking back now, it's like I see that like I gave and I gave and I gave, and I wasn't spending any time on me. Like she was always taking vacations, going here and going there. I never took any vacations. Right. But now that like she's out of my life, it's like I'm forced to focus on me.
Yeah.
Right. And what I see is just this broken girl who just needs to experience life, and that's what I'm doing now. And like I'm going out and taking walks and being with nature and just being able to enjoy breathing.
Yeah.
Because if I had committed suicide, I wouldn't be breathing.
That's the thing is, I think something that's tough to realize is it feels like such a way out at a time when you're like, I don't want to feel this way anymore anyways. But it's one of those things where you tend to kind of look at it as, I don't want things to get any worse. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to stop now. Mm-hmm. But the reality is, all you've done is taken away the chance that it's going to get better.
Yeah. Because
it's going to change. Mm-hmm. And a lot of that is subjective. Do you want to have a good experience or do you want to have a bad experience? And I do think a lot of things you can make that decision and take what you want out of it. You know what I mean? Like, what you're going through is horrible, but where you are isn't. And that's part of the journey is to get where you're going. And I think what's coming next for you is going to be incredible. Like we've talked about here, like, I know you want to get back into the high money making.
I don't want to.
Right. The glamorous world of fire sprinklers. But this is nice. This is a nice where we've now put out into the universe something that I think would resonate with you better. Yeah. And I think that's going to open some opportunities because it's been put out there now. Yeah. I think that's awesome.
I hope so. Yeah. It's everything comes down to money. I just hate it. And it's not even money like for me. It's literally just the child support.
Yeah. Well,
like if she would be willing to be like, hey, you know what? Like I'm okay if like whatever job they get, whatever job she gets, me. Hold on. let's not make this confusing. So if my ex-wife says whatever job Raya gets and we recalculate child support based on that, I'm okay with that.
That feels like common sense.
It feels like common sense.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked to hear that you can get locked in at such a high rate when you are like what if you were laid off or that job doesn't exist anymore? Like fields disappear every day. Yeah, like that's insane.
It's because I am quote unquote capable of making that amount of money. But the thing is, though, I'm only capable of making that amount of money in that specific field. Right. And if that specific field doesn't exist, what do you want me to do?
Exactly. Like, and that's tough. There's got to be a way to reevaluate, but she would probably have to agree or initiate.
Correct.
That could be the wall.
That is the wall.
Yeah.
And I understand why this is in place because, if someone's like, oh, I have to pay child support, screw that. Like, I'll just quit my job and then I don't have any money that I can't pay.
People do that.
Right, exactly. So that needs to be prevented.
Sure.
Don't skip out on your obligation.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I have no problem paying child support because it's for my children.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, she makes a crap load of money too, and the children are just fine. They're
Right.
still getting new clothes. She's going to take the money that I give her and she's going to buy a brand new car. That's not going to go for the kids.
Well, she drives the kids around.
Yeah, okay. I see the smile on your face. Yep.
The point is, it is absurd either way. Like, people can argue up and down, like, but at the end of the day, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Because of this exact situation.
Yeah.
In 99% of other situations, it might make sense. But not this. That's why it has to be gray area. And that's why we take the time to listen to cases. To be like, oh, this is a little bit different. Let's change it around. Like,
Yeah.
but people don't want to do that.
That's what should happen.
Yeah, that's
Right.
what should happen.
And because I'm transgender, because I don't have a lawyer, because I do honestly, I feel discriminated against in court.
Do you?
Yes. Yeah. Why else would judges be asking me why do I paint my nails?
Yeah.
Why are you wearing earrings? It's none of your freaking business. Actually, like,
Yeah.
does that mean I'm a bad parent?
It is weird that they would even like the thought would arise to even say, especially this day and age. Like, it's just weird.
Yeah. Like there's sealed testimony because of what judges have said. Like, and it's sealed to protect my kids. Like, I don't care if anyone else knows, but it's like the judge should not have said that.
Yeah,
Like,
that's weird. I feel like if I was in that situation, what's the person
the
that types?
court recorder.
Yeah, I feel like I'd be like, recorder, can you read back what he just said to him?
Yeah.
I don't think he realized.
Right. Yeah. No, it's I would love to be ballsy in court, but I mean, I am.
It's the same thing like you said,
It's-
go into the family thing. You go in your in boy mode.
Do
Do you feel like you have to play it down, and especially now that you've been called out? Like, are you gonna go back to court with your nails painted? Like, it's something that you always do, but now some dickhead has made you think about it.
I really want to go to court in a dress
Yeah,
and just fully dolled up, 100%,
yeah,
and just be like, oh well, I see that everything's in the girl's favor in court, so But like, that's the autistic side of me, right? Like, some people are like, oh, you're just doing that to be a dick. It's like, but for me, it's like, that's a reality.
right. Yeah, well, it's a real thing. I think it's a double-sided message though, because it reflects bad. That is something that would reflect back to the community, and that's unfortunate.
Right. It reflects bad for the community because of all these rules
Yes.
that are set in. But
Yeah.
for me, it's
personally,
it's like, it's an autistic thing. It's literally like, if what's good for the goose, good for the gander.
Yeah.
No pun on the male female thing there. But
Yeah.
it's like there was one thing about male, and this is like a nothing story, but like, she was holding some of my mail, and so I asked the police if they can go get it for me, blah blah blah, and she lied about having it, and then she's like, oh, that mail, okay. and
Right.
and the police were like, oh well, sorry, we can't give it to you because she said that she's going to give it back in 2 weeks or whatever. And I'm like, well, is it not illegal for her to be holding my mail?
Sounds like a federal offense.
Well, it's not.
It's weird. It's so weird.
At least, well, okay, you said federal. I don't know about federal. That's actually a valid point. I'm going to look that up. Thank you. In the state of Wisconsin,
Yeah.
it is written in the law that you are allowed to hold someone's mail so long as you promise to give it back.
So I can hold your mail forever.
No, not
essentially.
forever.
Well, I'm gonna give you back your mail eventually.
No, you gotta like, well, I don't know. Do you have to give a specific time? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Let's just say eventually, right? So I said to the cop, I said, hey, so does that mean I can go around like stealing packages off of everybody's porch because I'll promise to give them back? And he's like, that's not appropriate.
That's what you just said.
Hold on. But this is the autism thing, like, because to me
Is that
makes,
autism, just having common sense now?
well, to okay, no.
I feel like
no.
what you're talking about is where common sense means being petty.
But I think the majority of people will keep that to themselves.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No filter.
Right.
They just blurt out.
Yes.
And they're like, ooh.
I will actually say it, and I will challenge it.
Right.
Which I'm happy with. That it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Like, I love being autistic. Like, I do. I love it. I think it's a gift, truly. But yeah, he's like, "Oh, that's inappropriate." I'm like, "Why? Why is it inappropriate?
Yeah.
Because I said it?
Right.
Well, you shouldn't be doing that." I'm like, "Well, first off, I'm not doing it. I just proposed, a theory.
Right.
But second, you just told me it's not illegal, so
yeah.
And honestly, like, one thing that I've thought about doing, like, after all this court stuff that I'm going through now is settled, because I don't need more drama,
Right.
I'm actually considering, like, writing like 100 different letters or something, like, "Hi, my name's Raya. I stole your package today. I will be giving it back in 2 weeks, whatever.
Yeah.
If you want this law changed, contact whoever you talk to." Like, I don't even know.
Yeah.
But, like, it's only then that people will be like, "Oh, wait a minute. Like,
I feel like
we should probably
it's one of those
change
oversight,
that."
archaic laws that never made sense.
Right.
And nobody's just talked about it.
Right.
It rarely comes up.
Yes.
You're like the poster child for so many specific things that never come up.
Yeah. Yeah. Our youngest, I always think about this when I think of, like, what are the odds, right? So our youngest, we were told at his 20-week ultrasound that he was not going to make it.
Oh, wow.
And they talked about termination. I said, "Don't you ever fucking talk about termination ever again."
Yeah.
And, like, he legit had, like, a 0.00 whatever % chance of survival.
Yeah, I remember that thing. I think I seen something on Facebook about that was a really problematic pregnancy.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
So, to make a super long story short, he had CDH, congenital diaphragmatic hernia, and he had 2 instances of BPS, bronchial pulmonary sequestration. So those are like masses on his lungs.
Yeah.
He is the first and potentially still only child in the world to have survived that.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Probably in a book somewhere.
He literally
At least
is.
a paper.
He is. He's in medical journals.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, like, it was just in my mind. I'm just like, if there's a chance, it's gonna end up happening. Like,
Yeah.
Good or bad.
Well, that's the thing with probability. It doesn't have an idea of what's good or bad. It's just probability.
Yeah.
I've always had uncanny luck, but as far as whether it's good or bad, it's probability. It's who knows. It just was a long shot.
Yeah. Yeah. Lately, for me, it's been bad luck, but hopefully that turns around.
I mean, is it? I mean, that obviously that's a shitty situation, but I feel like I've said this a lot on the show, but I am of the mind, and I know it's weird to say, but divorce is always good news.
Yeah.
Like, no happy marriages end in divorce.
Correct.
So, like, you might not be ready for it or wanting to be part of it, but you don't want to stay with an unhappy partner either.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, at some point you're like, well, I don't want to stifle your life also.
Mm-hmm.
I'll figure it out on my own then. But it's like what I was saying. I can't remember if we were recording or not at this point. But when I was talking about everything we do as humans, we expect forever, instead of just letting things be what they are.
Right.
So it's such a journey to hear you talk about your marriage and commitments because of God and Bible, and then to kind of flip around and be like, so I'm in like this group relationship and like with this other person, like the two.
Yeah.
Because like I think that those are 100% valid in serious relationships for sure.
Yeah.
But they are just structured differently, and usually because of the reality of it, they have to be built on communication, being upfront and honest, because otherwise it all crumbles. You can't. Yeah. It's hard enough to keep one person satisfied when there's no communication.
Yeah.
But now you bring in a bunch of people that are, because I also, like we were talking about putting stuff on a partner. It's weird that you expect one person to wear every hat that you need.
Right.
So like that's always been the appeal and the curiosity of polyamory to me. Is like, well, that makes sense because all right, this person fulfills this need that I have, and this person fulfills this need that I have, and you kind of start seeing that it's really unfair to put that all on one person. Mm-hmm. Usually, you can fill it with friends and stuff too, but it depends on what you need and who you need to fulfill it for you, really.
Mm-hmm. And then you need to be touching parts with friends.
Boom. The point is, it always.
I just wanted
back.
to say touching parts.
It always comes back to touching parts. It's one of the best things humans have created or figured out, I guess. Because there's a time they weren't. Like at some point, they touch parts and they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe we're not doing this all the time."
You're right, exactly.
And we've been doing it since. Well, other people have. I have given up on it for. Like I said, I still look like this, so like an adorable puppy.
You're better than a puppy.
Would you say an adorable kitten? Because kittens are way better than puppies.
You know, that's valid as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, so I don't like. Okay, how do we?
You say it like this. I love dogs. I don't want them in or around my places.
Right.
I don't want them in my face.
Yeah.
And I don't want them in my house.
Yeah.
But I love them.
I'm definitely a dog. Okay, this is gonna be weird. You ready for this? Okay, I'm a dog person. I hate cats. Hold on. I know, and to say that as a member of the LGBT community, like, oh my god, who is screaming right now?
Yeah.
Like, no, if you're a member of this community, you have to have a cat.
Yeah, it is one of the unofficial rules. Yeah. Just be glad you're not a lesbian. You'd have to buy a Jeep and it'd be a whole thing.
Yes, that's so right. Okay, note to self, I gotta go buy a Jeep.
Yes.
Okay.
You want to fit in, at least.
Right. Oh, and then get the little ducks.
Oh my god. I just learned about the ducks. I don't think I've ever been madder in my life for somebody to be living their life and having a fun time when I'm like, I hate these people with these ducks all over their dashboard. And then they trade them with each other and they're all like, it's actually awesome, but I'm like, I'm not a part of anything.
You just gotta make your own club.
That's true, but...
Okay, so dogs and cats. Okay, I'm a dog person, not a cat person. I've actually decided, like, for me personally, I'm done with pets.
Yeah, I don't like the responsibility.
Yeah, yes. So, like, for dogs, like, taking them out.
That's a lot.
For cats, like, doing a litter box.
And sometimes I disappear for days.
Right.
So, like, I can't.
Or, you know, the dander and the hair and stuff. Yeah. It's just like, maybe a fish tank.
I mean, I love fish tanks.
With a self-feeding mechanism, so I don't have to do anything. But anyway, so, but it's funny, like, when you were saying, like, you being a puppy or a kitty or whatever, like, for, like a furry lifestyle kind of thing.
Now we're in the weeds.
Like, then cats are great.
Right. That's one of my fears. I'd probably be a cat in the furry lifestyle because it's so opposite of what I am. It just makes sense.
Right.
I hate it.
Who right now is Googling furry lifestyle?
Do yourself a favor and don't.
Don't do it. it's intriguing. It's I always love learning about stuff, but
Yeah.
it's just like, yeah, I couldn't do it. But and that's totally fine.
Yeah,
right?
I like that's
You know?
that's not a fetish. It's a lifestyle. I love
Yeah.
fetishes in general,
Period.
but just because I'm like this is first. I'm an open-minded person,
Yeah.
so I think there's a time and a place for most things.
Yeah.
But to start learning about what people are into that triggers them sexually
Yeah.
is insane.
Yep.
Because it is, holy Christ, you talk about a spectrum.
Yeah.
Like, it is ridiculous. And I love that it's all valid.
Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
We won't get into specifics, but
Why
Google
not?
sexual fetishes.
Let's do it.
Turn on private browsing.
I have, yeah, for sure. Oh my god, delete search history, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a phrase dealing with like that stuff. I will try anything twice.
I think that's smart.
Just in case the first time
Right.
was with the wrong person,
Yeah.
the wrong time, whatever. You know, because
Yeah.
there's been some stuff that I'm like, I don't know if that's for me.
Yeah.
But like looking back, it's like, yeah, it was just kind of a weird situation
Yeah.
too. You know?
Some people are weird about stuff also. Like, I don't want to get too far off the rails, but like
Oh, let's get off.
I own a
rails.
bidet, and they are, to me, such a common sense, smart investment.
Yeah.
They're extremely cheap to get a little one that just attaches to your toilet, and it literally cleans your butthole.
Yeah.
So you use less toilet paper.
Yeah.
And for some reason, every person in the world is like against a bidet.
I love them.
And I'm like, I don't understand. You don't want to clean your butthole?
Right.
Like, it doesn't make sense to me. But that is the same kind of aversion to where a lot of these, like, you hear about these things, or when you're exploring your sexuality or with a new partner, and like, what are they into? What are you into? And it's like, I couldn't imagine just staunchly being like, no, never.
Yeah.
Like, and I agree that twice, because you can do something once and it could just be having an off night, or it just didn't work correctly, or
Right.
it's just, in some of that stuff, you're in the wrong position.
Yep.
And that's going to change the whole dynamic.
Yes.
So do it again. That's the point today, is whatever you did that you didn't like, try it again.
Yes.
Unless it was like a bad situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I've got to say this. Just I heard this the other day too. You brought up bidet. All right. So I'm blaming it on you.
I'll take
All
the
right,
blame.
so it's sort of related, but not really. This more so not really.
Now your autism showing.
So it was, again, like a Facebook reel or something.
Yeah.
And this guy was like, why do people just not shave their buttholes?
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that's a weird thing. Like, you know, there's... I agree, they should, right?
Sure.
But then he said, you know, just imagine wiping some crap on your head, right? And then just use a piece of toilet paper just to wipe it all off.
That's what
Like,
my
it's-
same
it's-
argument with the bidet. Like,
Right, it's totally it's all gone, isn't it? No, it's not.
right, smell your hair then. It's,
Right,
yeah, right.
exactly. Either
I don't
shave your
know.
butt or get a bidet.
But what are the mechanics of shaving your butthole? How do you do that?
Oof.
Right.
Very carefully and slowly.
Yeah, well, listen, I've cut my ball sack so many times that I'm like, it probably doesn't have blood in it anymore.
Oh my god.
Because I don't know if you've ever nicked your balls, but
Yes.
they bleed forever.
Yes.
They are not happy.
Yes.
But that's about as far as I can get. I'm like, I guess you probably just have to go and get it waxed, I suppose.
Yes. That
Would be
which
the
is
best idea.
fun. If
Did you say fun?
Yeah, I love.
Okay.
Oh my god.
You love
A
getting your butthole waxed.
Yeah, Brazilian.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
I really, really don't like body hair.
Yeah.
And I'm a very furry man.
Yeah.
Which I can't, like, I don't need anything from the beard down.
Yeah.
I just need a beard because it makes me cute.
Yep.
And everything else can go away.
Amen.
But I don't know. I had a girlfriend that waxed my back once.
Uh-huh.
And it was the worst thing I ever went through in my life. Like, I'm like bawling my eyes out, punching the ground. And I'm like, this is awful. I don't know if I can handle having a Brazilian done.
Well, okay.
And when you do
So
a Brazilian, that's the front and back.
correct.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
you get your.
And shaft.
I am apologizing, but not really because I'm fascinated. Do they really balls and shaft?
Yep, and shaft. Mm-hmm.
I feel like balls are so flimsy. How do you like ripping?
You gotta stretch it.
Yeah, there's no kind way to say that.
and they don't stretch it. You stretch it yourself.
Really?
Like, yeah.
How lazy are they?
Well, I mean, come on. They're already like face deep into your nuts.
Listen,
So,
you're talking to a man who has an apodravia piercing from a close friend of his, where I just put my dick in his hand. So like, I expect you to do all the ball work.
Oh my god, I love it.
Like, I'm paying you stretch my balls.
Well, okay.
It's the least they can do.
All right, there have been some that have and some that don't. I guess for me, I don't put. How weird would that be? Like, hey, what do you mean I have to stretch it? Can't you stretch it? I couldn't have that conversation. Like, I'll just do it.
I'll just cross around. But I'm not doing anything. I'm here and I paid money.
Yeah. How much of a tip do you think you're getting?
Yeah, right. Well, that's the other thing for me personally. I don't like being touched.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
if I could go through it. Like, I'm always like, man, I bet it's awesome to get a massage. But then I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to be touched.
Yeah. But massages are great. I truly, I feel like waxing is like a massage.
Really?
Yeah. So okay, the thing with wax, and also the girl that I go to is like one of my really good friends.
Yeah. I don't know if that's better or worse.
I think it's better because we can.
I would feel better about knowing somebody personally that's in my butthole, well, around my butthole. Let's not get carried away.
Okay, so let's. All right. ADD setting in. Hold on.
Here we
Okay,
go.
so for waxing, make sure the hair is only like a grain of rice long. If you got like a super hairy back with long hair, it's gonna hurt like hell.
Right.
Like trim it first.
Is that true? Like, so
Yes.
shorter, because if it's too short, they can't wax it.
Correct.
But if it's that right length, it hurts way less.
Correct.
That makes sense, I
Yes.
suppose.
Um.
How much does something like that cost? I'm like, I mean, I'm already looking on my phone.
Shoot, I'm gonna guess somewhere in the realm of 70, maybe 90, depending on like where you go, plus tip.
So like,
Monetarily tip.
like upwards of potentially like 120 after tip to have somebody rip the hair off your nethers.
Your tip.
Oh, nice.
I was sorry. I was trying to hold that in.
Yeah. Went right over my head.
Okay. So this is the fun part about having like one of your great friends. Give you a Brazilian. Yeah. So
Great.
just the trust, right?
Sure,
Like
yeah.
here, I'm just gonna
It's a whole new level. Yeah.
literally a hole in her face, right? Like
The puns, they just write themselves.
I know, I love it. Like, here you go. Let me spread them wide for you. Right, but like, so TMI moment here. I'm a grower, not a shower, right? So
Yeah, guilty. I'm not a grower or a shower. I'm like is that even a dick? And at this point, there's so much bush, it's like hidden.
yeah, that's fine. That's
you know,
fine. That's
and,
fine. One of my trans girlfriends says it's just a clit. Like, oh,
I think that would break my heart if I took my pants down. And that girl was like, oh, it's just like a vagina. I just slowly plump. I'm just going to go.
But you gotta have fun with it, right? That's the
Sure.
thing.
Well,
So,
I'm very non-egotistical, but like, I already know there's a problem.
Right.
You don't have to tell me.
right, exactly. No. But have fun with it at least.
Yeah.
So anyway, so like, and I tell her this like beforehand, just so she's not like shocked, right?
Right.
And she was just like, "Yep, I know what you mean." Okay.
I'm sure she's seen it a million times.
Right. And there was one day, I don't know, a couple of months ago, and we were talking about piercings, and she's like, "Yeah, you should get that ladder piercing," which is on the underside,
That's
right?
true, yeah.
And I'd be like, well, mine would be more like an extension ladder piercing. it's like it just goes way down, or it goes to the rooftop. Like, what do you want? So that is the benefit of having a friend to be a waxer.
Yeah,
for sure.
I had
being able to just talk about anything.
Continuing the TMI, last year I had a kidney stone, and man, it fucked me up bad. Like, I thought I was gonna die, but they have to. They had to. What's the thing that they do for babies? Ultrasound.
Yes.
They had to ultrasound my testicles, my ball sack.
Yep.
And
Been there.
I always laugh whenever somebody has to do anything, because like if I get a physical or anything where they have to check in my pants, because there's always an initial of them trying not to react.
Right.
Because like there's this big metal bar there, and like it's not something you see ever.
Right.
So when they're like, huh?
Oh, okay.
All right, everything's good, and I'm like,
yeah, it is.
You didn't say anything, but you said a lot. It just makes me laugh.
I love it. I also love, so like yesterday before I went out, I was all dolled up, right? And I was doing door dashing before I went out.
Yeah.
And I walked into a White Castle to pick up some orders, and everyone was just like looking at me like, what's up with it? Because the lighting in there is harsh. Sure. Right? So I did my makeup according to where I will be. So like, right. Which is like extra, because if it's dark where you're going, you have to put on extra. Well, in bright light, White Castle lighting, it's a little freakish, right? So people are looking at me, and I'm just like, I love this. Like, I love that people are looking at me and just being so judgmental, because I don't have a care in the world. Yeah. Like, go ahead. And it just makes me smile to see them try to hide it.
Them trying to hide that they're staring and judging.
Yeah. But I'm just like, go ahead. Yeah. Like, because I am comfortable. It's like, I'm a little like, oops, haha. But I'm who I am. So have fun.
I feel like I often am walking a very thin line of like trying to not make people feel, I don't know what word I would use, but like pointed out or ostracized, because I'm usually drawn, like if I'm in a group and there's somebody that does stand out that way, that's the person I want to talk to. Yeah. Because I know I'm judging in the sense of they had to get to this point. Yes. And I relate more with that. Yeah. Even though I'm not flamboyant, I'm a very typical boring cis straight man, like whatever. But I identify and feel relatable to so many other things outside of myself, just from my own upbringing. Like that's why I love Laura Jane Grace. Like she has this one of her albums for Against Me was Trans Soul Rebel or something, and it's an amazing album. It's about that particular journey, and I relate to the particular song in there that is 100% a trans song, but the message, while it's pinpointed and directly zoomed in on that, if you zoom it out, it's just about not feeling like you belong anywhere and being judged in a very general sense. Yes. And listening to her belt it out with such passion and like walking that talk, just I feel so much. And then also on the flip side, knowing that people have to go through that is so heart wrenching that it's just crazy. If you haven't ever heard it, no, that's what you're gonna listen to on the way home. Yeah, it's so good. Dude.
Text that to me.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like I'm not part of that community, and I also hesitate to ever call myself an ally. I am, but I don't want to. I feel like there's a certain pretension when you start pointing stuff like that out. I try to just outwardly feel and prove that I'm a safe place. So when you look at me, this is what you're looking at. Like not self-deprecating like before. But I'm a bearded, bigger guy that stereotypically you're going to be like, okay, I'm going to have to adjust myself to this guy. And then when I open my mouth, you're like, oh no, this guy is way more of a girl than I am.
Yeah, you're real, for sure.
I try to be, it's like you keep saying, I can only be myself. Yeah. And there's various versions of that. Right now we're recording, we're on the show, like maybe it's turned up to 10, and when I'm still the same person, even when it's at 1, it just might be a lot more lackadaisical, or like I'm still saying the same stuff.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like I'm on, and that's a key thing for me, because a lot of my life I always felt like I had to be on in a certain way, and I don't want to be. Like I've always felt that with depending on like what adults you're around, like okay, they expect me to be this way, so you be that, like, and I really reject that now, because I'm like, I can only do this, and this is what comes naturally, and I don't want to hurt anybody ever, but I also have to respect my own boundaries as well, which is dangerous, because I feel like in the current climate where we're moving more towards people in mental health and getting better and setting boundaries. Some people are also becoming assholes, where they're using those things as an excuse to be mean to other people.
Yeah.
And that's where it starts getting gray and dangerous, because, no, 100%, yeah, your boundaries, but your boundaries do not mean that you're mean to me. It just means that this is your wall, what you're willing to do, and this is where I'm willing to meet you. And it's okay if those don't align, but we don't have to hurt each other.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's so many things I wanted to say through that, but like specifically like with the excuse thing, I've had lawyers with the court stuff say that I'm using my autism as an excuse.
Right.
It's like, oh honey, no.
Right.
Like, it's like, trust me, if I could find a way to communicate in a way that everybody understood what like is truly in my heart, I would do that.
Right.
But I can't. So for you to say that I'm using it as an excuse just tells me that you're not willing to learn about it.
Right.
And not that I expect anybody to be an expert or to go out and research just because I said so.
Right.
Like, no, not at all. But if you want to care about me, then you would learn. How am I saying this? It's like, as I'm saying this, it doesn't sound right. It sounds like super superficial, selfish, whatever.
Right.
And that's not.
It's like what I just said about boundaries. This is as far as you're willing to go, and this is as far as I'm willing to go. Okay, but if I'm telling you I have a medical condition, and you're telling me that's not valid, now you are crossing into my boundaries and telling me that what I know is true is wrong.
Right.
That's a problem.
Right.
And again, I don't need you to learn about my condition. I don't need you. Honestly, I don't even need you to validate my condition. I need you to hear what I just said and respect what I just said and put it into play. You can have your own opinion all you want.
Yeah.
That's there was I had seen this thing. There was a transgender general in the army, and she was talking to I don't know if it was Congress or if it was like a court case. Either way, it was like how the military is like, and she was like, "Listen, I don't need you to agree with me or love me. I don't even need you to like me. I just don't want you to kill me."
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like it kicks you right in the heart, because you're like, what a simple, reasonable request, but it's the same at a smaller scale. It's the same idea. I don't need you to believe, like, to agree with me or to understand it, but it exists, and it's going to exist, and you need to at least acknowledge that, like, or understand that,
and not in a hurtful way either.
Right? Yeah.
Like, because someone could take what you just said and be like, oh, well, that's kind of harsh.
Yeah.
It's not like the intent behind it is true and heartfelt. If you're taking that as harsh, honey, that's kind of on you.
Right. I think that's where, when you start looking at these established, like, as an individual, you can have those conversations and be self-reflective. But these institutions don't do that, and the people in charge are representative of an institution that does not self-reflect, and the people that are in charge of them are not interested in self-reflecting. I mean, it's the same thing why we jerk ourselves off with the Constitution. You're talking about hundreds of year old document. We admit that we as people have evolved since it's been written, but you don't think we should change the language or the words that were written. And you're also lying because there's tons of amendments that we made along the way.
Right.
But now all of a sudden you want to be like, you can't change it. Like, no, that's the whole point, is growing. Like, it was written with that in mind. Like, oh, we wrote this, they'll be able to grow with it as the country lives. And then we as a country were like, or we leave it as it is.
Yeah. I think, like, so my view on that, and again, like, not diving really deep into this, is I think there's a lot of, like, depending on who is in power, is red in power, is blue in power, and like, how are they going to change it depending on just one-sided views? It's like, I don't understand why we just can't figure out how to cross the aisle. That is just so gut-wrenching to me.
Because I would say that's not the goal. The goal is bump heads to keep citizens separate.
It's stupid.
Instead of banding together.
Stupid.
It is 100% stupid. And also, I think a telling sign is that neither side has a plan.
That's valid. That could be
all
valid.
they do is shit talk the other side instead of like, well, here's what would make our lives better.
Yeah.
Instead, it's just like, well, you know what those other guys are doing. They're like, whoa, I can't be having human rights for everybody.
Right. Yeah. I agreed. It's like, geez, for crying out loud. Just for 1 year. How about just 1 year? Don't talk about, like, issues that will butt heads. Like, let's find some common things that we could both agree on.
Yeah.
For 1 year.
Right. Well, that's my other complaint, is that we're starting to politicize things that aren't political issues, like human rights. That's not a political issue.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to sit down, let's talk about the budget. Let's talk about policy. Those are what we need to try to find common ground on. Human rights is already done. Everybody gets them. Don't even talk to me about it.
Right.
Like, it's so simple.
Yeah.
Like, why is that becoming... Well, some people can have them and some people can't. Like, no. You're going the wrong way.
Nope.
But like I said, I think it's all by design.
Yeah.
And that's the part that sucks, because I don't know that it's... I don't know if it will get better. I think it will evolve into something new before it gets better, maybe. Because it makes me sad to think, like, I am uncomfortably liberal. I do not align with the left or right. I'm liberal just in the sense that I think everybody should have all rights, and that's it.
Yeah.
There's gray area in there, sure. We'll deal with it as it comes up. I'd rather have a conversation. Do not put me in a box.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, I think that doesn't necessarily work as a country of individuals. So for me, I would be like, all right, I understand that my opinion is not the country.
Right.
So, that's the whole point. Now let's find a middle ground. I can still have these views, but I'm with you. Where do we meet in the middle?
Yeah.
So, like, I was excited to see, like, a nice libertarian style thing where it's like, okay, now you're taking some of the ideas from each side. How does that align and how does that feel?
Yeah.
But then they get nothing on the votes. Even the Green Party. Jill Stein. I love Jill Stein. But, you're not going to do anything with 3% of the vote.
No.
Like, that's just reality. That sucks.
Yeah.
But apparently the country's not ready for that yet.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Maybe we should do something where we have a joint president. Now there's representation for both, because the Congress thing's not working. I can't believe that we don't have a thing where it stays 50-50 and you dickheads have to figure it out. But you're right. We're getting too into politics, and I'll start daydreaming and come up with these ridiculous ideas. Because I'm all for breaking it down and rebuilding, but that scares people.
Yeah, it's not really... It's not possible. I mean...
Not without one generation of, like, horror.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah. After you have a generation of horror,
then it can rebuild. Yeah.
But
I don't want to live through the horror.
We'll just be the like 75, 80-year-olds on our front porch just waving our cane.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's crazy. Do you feel so? You had mentioned the bad luck earlier. Do you feel like you're on an upward swing now,
Um,
or at least are you open to being on an upward swing?
oh, well, okay. Let's not read into this. I feel like I'm living two separate lives.
Okay.
One being everything court related
Yeah.
and family related, like
This heaviness over here.
right.
Yeah.
And everything is just everything related to that, including searching for a job, is I feel very bad at the moment, and I don't see a way out.
Right.
I do not see the light at the end of the tunnel at all. And it breaks my heart, and it's not for me, it's for my kids.
Right.
Well,
This is one of those things. At the end of the day, you can literally you can only do what you can do.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it feel better.
Right.
However true it is.
Yeah.
But that's true. Like you can only do what you're able to do.
Yeah. It's like if it was just like me and my wife, and we're going through a divorce with no kids.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Right.
Good Lord. Okay.
Yeah.
See you later.
Right.
Like, bye. Moving on.
Well, I think that's where it becomes
That was
somewhat
fun.
surprising, not to be a dick to her, but like, why would you want this particular situation you're in now for your co-parent?
Yeah.
Like, whatever, you guys are gonna have to be partners forever,
Right.
in some semblance.
Yep.
Like, why are you wanting to hurt that person in front of your kids? Because they're not idiots.
Right.
They're like, oh, where, you had been, I don't know, again, I don't remember if we were recording, but you haven't had the conversation with them
Correct.
about being transgender.
Yes.
So I'm presuming that they still call you dad.
Correct. Yes.
And again, that's on your own time whenever you guys decide as co-parents to do that. But they're definitely asking questions. And if they're not, they're at least having thoughts. And that's going to be a problem later.
Yep.
I don't know why you would, as a mother, why you would want that. And, and also, like, I'm not taking away anything from you, but there's always two sides to everything.
Absolutely.
For sure. Like, like you said, you're not an angel either. But that still is a fact of why would you want that for the kids? Even if she hated your guts, you've never been a bad parent, and she can't argue that. So, like, why would you want that reality for them? Like, it's just crazy. That's unfortunate, is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, my hypothesis, and it will take hours to dissect this, so I'll just say it as a blanket statement. Going with the restraining order route that she did, and the way that she's acting right now, I am 100% positive that she is just after the kids' money, the house. After the divorce is finalized, she'll return back to who she originally was.
Yeah.
That being a normal human being.
But are you coming after those things?
I want 50% of the kids.
Right, which is is fair.
And 50% of the assets of the house. If she wants the house, she can have it. Just give me the half of the money.
Right. Also fair.
Done deal. Like, as far as I'm concerned.
I feel like that's the bare minimum of a divorce is, all right, half of our assets and 50-50 visitation.
Yeah.
How reasonable.
But her first offer was I could see the kids every Wednesday and every other weekend.
Yeah.
And the Wednesday was so that she could go to therapy. Like,
right.
Okay.
That's funny. Like, what an oversight, just because schedules change. And yes, you heard me say schedules. Yeah, I'm sure you got caught up on that. But that's going to change eventually.
Yes.
Is she going to take you to court every time she has to change her date?
Well, no, because now she doesn't want me to see the kids but once a month.
Wow.
With no overnights and all of it being supervised.
Yeah.
And the reason? Because I call her out on her shit.
Right.
Like the emails
You're not allowed to do that.
I'm not, oh no, heavens no.
Right.
No, because like how dare I, like, ask her why she's not putting sunscreen on the kids when they're outside.
Yeah.
How dare I do that?
She wants them to have skin cancer.
Yeah,
That's why.
which has I don't know if you know, my dad was diagnosed with skin
Oh,
cancer.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So it's like I was especially like, honey, you need to put lotion on these kids.
Yeah.
And this is like after the divorce when we're both in the same house.
Yeah.
She did it or I did it, whatever.
Right.
It didn't matter. Like it was always done before the kids left the house.
Yeah.
I mean, schools don't even put it on. So you need to put it on your kids before they go outside for to go to school for when they're at recess.
Right.
Right? But she's like, nope, it's not my responsibility. I put sunscreen in the bag.
Wait.
Like,
Wait.
I'm sorry?
Hold on. Something that has to do with your kids that you agree is important enough, you put the sunscreen in the bag, but you're saying it's not my responsibility. That's like saying, hey, there's food in the cupboard. It's not my responsibility to feed you.
Exactly.
Wow.
And guess what? It is now a court order that I put sunscreen on the kids. What? Like, okay, but they need to go outside before they even see me. So how am I supposed to put it on before they go? What?
Yeah.
And that's how this whole year has been. It's just been me questioning why is she allowed to do this and I'm not, or just me calling her out on certain things.
Right.
It is seen as me being manipulative or trying to tell her how to parent, or
Right.
it's like, no, I'm a co-parent. Like
Right.
we would be having these discussions in the house if it had come to that. Like realistically, we wouldn't be having these discussions in the house because one of us would just do it and it would just be done, right?
Yeah.
But the only way we can communicate is through email, through this app. And like, hello?
Do you feel like a lot of your arguments or trying to validate is dead on arrival in the first place?
Yeah.
Because you already touched on it. Like, how dare you show up with your nails painted
Yes.
and earrings on?
Yes.
Which I feel like is not outrageous for men in general.
Correct.
Let alone a transgendered woman. Like, that's like the sound I can make. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
I can't even say words. I'm like,
Well, like, what is the news portraying though, as far as transgender women?
right.
We're supposedly pedophiles.
Right.
We are trying to brainwash our children into becoming transgender as well.
Yeah.
Like, no,
You're also
honey.
ruining sports. God damn it.
Oh my god. Like, really?
Yeah.
Like, no, like, all I want to be for my children is authentic, and if they have any questions, I want to be able to answer them.
Right.
Oh, and that's another thing, though. That I'm not supposed to tell my children the truth.
Yeah.
I've been told by my previous lawyer and the GAL, you can't tell your kids the truth.
Yeah.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry, but like, the foundation between me and my oldest specifically, because the youngest he's sort of nonverbal, autistic, so we haven't really been able to discuss this. But like with my oldest son, it's like, I don't like, whatever you did that was against the rules is what it is. If you lie about it, that's what's going to get you in more trouble.
Right.
And he will always tell me the truth.
Yeah.
And I know it because he then lies to his mom. right. But so it's just like, who am I to then lie to my child?
Yeah.
Like, they still call me dad, right? So like,
Sure.
Dad, like, why aren't you home? Well, I'm not home because if I go there, I'm going to get arrested.
Yeah.
Well, that's a huge no-no.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry, the kid's old enough. He knows what cops are.
Right. Yeah. He knows they exist.
Yeah.
But I think it's the softer blow. Like, is making sure they understands that mom and we're not together anymore.
Yeah.
And whatever. But if that conversation's already had, then at this point, yes, because I'm not allowed to be there.
Yeah.
I'll go to jail.
Yeah. I mean, her and I had discussed that we were going to talk to the kids together. I said, okay, sounds great. Like, literally that was on a Friday. The next Monday, I had a restraining order.
Yeah, it was.
So she got to tell the kids all by herself. So I don't know what she told them.
Like your particular situation is effed from the jump because you made an unfortunate mistake that went from being like, we can do this amicably to I don't have to now.
Correct.
And that's unfortunate because now is when somebody's going to show you the true colors, right?
Yes.
Like, okay, am I this person or am I this other person?
Yep. Yeah.
And that is a rude awakening. That sucks.
I mean, my mom can't even talk to the kids.
Yeah.
Because my mom will text her, like, hey, can I talk to the kids? No reply. My mom asks her, hey, what can I get the kids for Christmas? No reply. Like, really?
Yeah. Now
Like,
why are we punishing her?
You won't let your kids see their grandparent.
Yeah.
And you think you're the better parent here? Like, overall, I don't even want to bring up like who I feel is the better parent, right? Because we both have pluses and minuses, right?
Right.
But to deny your kids to even talk to their grandmother, who does nothing but love them, honey, you got something going on.
Right.
And I just don't understand why the court doesn't see that.
I can't believe that the court, with legal counsel and legally, is like, you can't tell you shouldn't tell your kids about yourself in the first place. That's wild.
I really want to.
It's one of those stark reminders of where we're actually at versus where we feel we're at. Because kind of like when you're involved, and like, you know, when you're in the community, or when you feel like you're an ally, and you're watching other people and cheering them on, you can kind of feel like, ooh, we're going somewhere.
We're making progress.
Yeah, we've really moved forward.
Yep.
And that's not to discount any of that.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's a slap in the face and you're like, Jesus Christ, we're nowhere near as far as I thought we were.
Yeah.
This feels like common sense, and I'm hitting a goddamn wall.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's important to find those walls so that we can break them down.
Yeah.
But it sucks being the first person that not the first person, but like metaphorically, the first person that has to kind of push through that.
I have zero issue being that bulldozer.
Yeah.
Zero issue.
Yeah.
Because I want this world to be better than how I came into it.
Right.
I want my kids to be better than what I am.
Yeah.
You know? But it's coming at a cost of my children. Right. Me being, I don't want to say vocal because it sounds like I'm like screaming and shouting in the streets. I'm just trying to have normal conversations, right?
Right.
But for me, just expressing myself is hurting my kids. So then it's just like, well, shit, what do I do?
Yeah.
Do I shut my mouth, go back to being depressed and suicidal just so that my kids then can see me, you know? And then you go, well, my kids are more important than myself. And, you know, you just get in this whirlwind of, I don't fucking know what to do. Yeah. Instead of just being able to be authentic.
Just because one person is standing against many does not mean the one person's wrong.
Right.
And that's a key point. And also the fact that while what you just said is true, it fucking sucks. But that in the big picture, tearing down this wall and moving forward makes a better environment for them in the long run. Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, you're reacting to what you're in. You're not creating it.
Right.
It is out of your hands in every sense.
Right. And
in a lot of ways, you're barely able to even react to it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Right.
So even if you're standing alone, is going to create a better place later, and that'll be better for them. Yeah. With the unfortunateness of sacrificing now.
You're right.
You're right. It's not fair and it sucks, but that's true.
You're spot on.
Yeah.
If I keep the mentality of I am doing this not for myself, but for everyone, including my children. Yeah. Then hopefully one day they will understand, and not only understand, but be proud.
Yeah. Which I think is reality. Like, that's way down the road.
Way down the road.
Yeah, I try to think about where was the point when I looked back and was finally like, oh, maybe my parents weren't assholes.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for it.
Yeah. Oh, come on. There's moments.
Yeah, no. Well, my dad taught me to fish. He was really quick-witted and had a sense of humor, which I'm 100% have.
Yes.
Like, I'm very much my dad's sense of humor, and I'm very fast.
Yeah.
And those are things that I appreciate. Like, sure, but I didn't need all the physical abuse and all the other stuff. But it put me on a path to where I'm at now of making sure I can do as much as I can, so other people don't have to, or people that have can deal with it. Hopefully, laugh in the darkness and realize that it does not define them. It's just what you've been through.
Yeah. You remember when we made a swimming pool in the back of your dad's truck?
I do. I feel like we learned quick also that the water, there's holes everywhere.
Yeah, there are. But
it just goes to the ground.
But it was just so awesome that your dad was like, fucking bet, let's do this.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
When you messaged me and you said bet in the message, I was like, they probably say bet like I say bro, to where they started ironically, and now that's just part of their vocabulary. And I was really hoping, I'm like, there's no way she really talks like that. But now you've said it 3 times, and I'm like,
I'm sure I've said it more than 3, and I might not even be using it properly all the time.
Like, she means it. No, you are. I use it also actually, like, but I try to do it ironic. Things start out ironic, and then I'm just like, it's just part of. Because if somebody says something that I really agree with, I'm like, bet.
Yeah, exactly.
Or sometimes when I was on the bad buses, the kids would try to fight me, and I'd be like, you 12-year-old want to fight me, a grown man that looks like this and hates kids in the first place. And they're like, yo. And I'm like, bet. Okay.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm learning all sorts of words. Just because I don't know, just I don't discriminate against age, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm an old lady.
Are you hanging out with younger people? Because I feel like you're kind of exploring, to an extent, what you missed by being in the family way for a while. Mm-hmm. So you find yourself skewing with a younger crowd?
Are you saying like romantically or just friends?
Well, no,
okay.
Like hanging out.
Yeah.
Even when like you should go out to like hang out or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Romantically, I feel like you're gonna want to date an older man.
Yeah.
Ooh. Let's get really into the weeds because this is exciting.
I love weeds.
It's exciting in a way of you're not usually supposed to talk about this.
Yes.
But I feel like stereotypically you would want to date an older man, but a younger woman. Is there any truth to that? And also, that's not that's just your experience.
Yeah. There's so many things going through my head. Okay, because what do they say? They say I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. Like the first time you get married, it's for love. The second time for money, right? So it's like, ooh, I need to find an older man who, right? Okay, well, newsflash, I'm never getting married again, so it doesn't even matter.
Do you believe that, or do you feel that way now?
I truly do believe that. I think the only possible way is just an incredibly well-written prenup.
Yeah.
Which, fuck me, because I wanted a prenup for this marriage, and literally all it was going to say was whoever leaves first gets nothing. That's all it was going to say. And I chickened out.
I never realized that it could be that simple.
Well, I don't know if it can, but that's I've always said that. And I even told her this, but quote unquote stupid me, like, oh, I'm so in love, there's no way that
nobody would ever betray me.
Right, exactly. And so anyway, so an older guy, that seems fun. An older woman, that sounds fun.
Does it?
Because even though I'm 40, there's still Cougar's older than me, right?
So, well, it's something that I genuinely struggle with because when I think about it, I'm like, so in my head, I'm like, I don't think I can relate to somebody in their 20s anymore.
Yeah.
Like, of course, there's exceptions to that. Some people are, like you said, age doesn't really matter. It's experience and where you're at in life.
Yeah.
So if I met a cool girl that was that young, it wouldn't bother me.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, just in a general sense, I feel like I can't relate to them. But I think if I did, what would be my cutoff? Like, I'm surely not going to talk to a 20-year-old. Like, are you going to talk to a 21-year-old? I really don't want to. Like, 20, even 28 feels pushing it, but I'm like, I feel like I could maybe 28, where they're like, the peppiness is gone.
Right.
And they're starting to settle into their depressing 30s.
I mean, so the crazy thing is like, one of my best friends is 21.
Yeah.
And, like, he is way more mature for his age. And,
Right.
and I think that's...
Because the age doesn't have to do with maturity.
Right.
But I think what bothers me, and this does really bother me, that I think this, but that 28 is, 14 years younger than me? And then I think, oh, okay, well, it's only fair.
Yeah.
To go 14 the other way.
Right.
And then I'm like, okay, but that is at 56. And that sounds gross.
I have another great friend who they are 49.
Yeah.
And, like, put
You're
7 years on that, and I'm like, that's fine, because they're great. They're a wonderful person.
I'm sure they're wonderful persons, but touching parts.
Well, yeah, like, we don't touch parts.
See, exactly. Yeah, friends, I don't care, but like a romantic partner, because I've met a couple of women that are like just barely into their 50s, and I'm like, this is awesome. Like the last girlfriend I ever had was, she's like six years older than me.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness, so she would have been turning like pretty old. She would have been getting up there.
I can't math anymore.
But she would have been turning like 48 or 49. Because my brother's gonna be 50 in October, so she would probably be turning 49 this year, and that's crazy to think about. But like then I was like, yeah, totally. You'll be a gross 50, and I'll be this spry 43.
Yeah, I was. Oh man, I forgot about. There was this other lady that I met. Yeah, she was. I'm gonna guess 53.
Yeah.
And just super cool.
Yeah.
Super cool. I mean, that was like immediately after like I moved out of the house though, and it was just like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. This is total rebounding.
Yeah.
This isn't good. We're friends. That's it. And now I actually don't even talk to her anymore. I should probably text her.
Yeah, it's cold blooded.
Well, it's not like ghosting.
Yeah.
Like, I despise ghosting.
Really?
It's like, if you don't have the balls to tell somebody, okay, I just don't think this is working out.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I also I agree. Well, again, communication.
Yeah.
And intention is huge. Like, I don't understand ghosting, but I also don't understand why people lie. It's so easy to tell the truth, and then you don't have to remember stuff.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, ghosting doesn't make sense. It's because I also think, like, I don't know if you ever do dating sites. Sounds like your dance card's already full. But I do like the dating apps, and it's like, it doesn't bother me. I don't think it's a negative thing to be superficial to an extent. Because you're attracted to what you're attracted to.
Yes.
And that's okay.
Yes.
And I don't mind if you're starting there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and that kind of goes back to what we had mentioned earlier about being demisexual. Like, that's the starting point.
Mm-hmm.
It does not make me want to sleep with you, but it makes me at least want to get to know you.
Yes.
And then, based on that, is first of all going to change how I see your looks based on getting to know you. So that's where it kind of gets into that gray area, because I can sit here as just a stereotypical man and be like, oh, I'll totally have sex with that girl.
Yeah.
I know for a fact I wouldn't,
right.
unless I knew her,
right.
and actually gave two shits about what she values.
Yes.
But it's easy to just say that.
Mm-hmm.
So the point is, don't online date. It's hard.
Yeah,
There's a lot of collateral damage.
Yeah. I mean, I tinker with a couple of them.
Nothing's just enough for you, huh?
Come on now. It's just, but honestly, like dating sites don't have to be just for dating.
No, that's true.
Like,
actually, most of them have a friend thing, a cat, like whatever you're looking for. They're really kind of well organized for that.
Yeah.
The people then screw that up.
Yes.
But the site is pretty well organized.
Yes. I mean, like, there's one that I'm on that's like seems to be like specific for trans.
Yeah.
And that's good because like it helps me to meet just more trans people.
Yeah.
And just talk about our struggles and talk about whatever to inspire each other type deal. You know, it's like I don't think anything romantically until like we can like have damn good conversations.
Right. And that,
you know,
it's so hard to break the ice. I hate small talk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to get in your brain. I want to get deep. And I want to have meaningful conversations and learn about you and things that you like. I don't like, at least that's what I struggle with the most, is trying to initiate and keep a casual conversation going.
Yes.
Because you cannot just lead with depth.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. So from the woman's perspective on these dating sites, you know what most men's breaking the ice is? Dick pics.
No.
Yep. Absolutely. Not even high. It's just, here's my dick. Block.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't even understand.
Or there's like one of the sites has like you could put like private photos on, right?
Yeah.
Which is just like maybe me just being a little bit more
Let's say risque.
Risque, yes.
But not ridiculous.
Right. Or, you know, so like one of the pictures is like me, I went to this party where they were doing, oh my gosh, I can't even remember the name of it. The rope, the Chinese rope thing, tying knots, whatever, and like being suspended and whatever. Mm-hmm. So I have a picture like that, which is just, hey, just so you know, this is kind of like, this is fun to me.
Do you do that?
What?
I don't like that. It almost sounds like aerial yoga.
It's not yoga.
Okay, great.
Like I'm just.
You just hang on the ropes.
Yeah. Hentai? No.
It's definitely not that. That's the.
Let's block that out.
Don't Google the hentai. That's the anime porn.
Oh, gross! No,
I mean,
I didn't say gross.
That's what I heard. I meant.
I
heard that's anime porn.
No, what is it? What? All these words.
Either way,
it's Japanese rope tie. Whatever. Anyway,
well, a second ago it was Chinese rope. Maybe you better get it straight.
There's nothing straight about me.
Oh! I don't know what to say. It is a rare occurrence that I'm speechless, but
I want to look it up, but this is gonna take too long.
Yeah.
So, but like anyway, the people will be like just immediately like, hey, can I see your private photos? Like, no.
Yeah.
Like, can you start a conversation first?
Do you ever find double-edged sword there? Like, not with dick pics. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Oh, I didn't even catch it. Good job. Good job.
But is it semi-flattering to be like, because you know what, that's just pure superficial.
Right.
But this person looked at a picture of me and was like, now I want to see you naked. I don't want to talk to you.
Right.
But I want to, not that there's naked pictures, but I want to see more of you physically. Wink. But I want to see more of you physically, but I don't want to talk to you yet.
Yeah.
Or is it just gross?
To me, it's gross.
Yeah, I feel like most women are going to agree with that.
Yeah. I think maybe in the beginning, when I was like finally able to be like a woman, like on the outside.
Yeah.
Like there was maybe like a week where I was like, oh, people think I'm hot.
Yeah.
Right? And then I'm like,
away real quick.
Oh wait, no they don't. No they don't. It's just fucking testosterone.
Yeah. Well, that's what I would worry. I have low self-esteem, so I would worry. Like I would, if somebody even found me attractive, especially if I was a transgender person, I'd be like, yeah, but do they really find me attractive, or is this like some sort of weird fetish for them?
Well, and that's
Because I feel like that's got to creep in.
yes, there are a lot of so they're called chasers just in general.
Right.
So the only chasers I can think of right now are chubby chasers and trans chasers.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, so like people who are just like they only want to be with a trans person, and they specifically like want the trans person, the trans woman specifically, to like top them in sex.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that's like why? Like if you got your fetish, it is what it is. Like
Sure.
I'm not going to participate in that.
Yeah.
Because I'm feeling used.
Right.
In this sense.
It's supposed to be mutually wonderful.
Right. And like it just like I would say like what BBW, is that what they refer to themselves as?
Big beautiful women.
Yeah. Like some women like that love that people are chasing them.
Right.
And others are like, really, just because I'm a little bit overweight,
right.
like
well,
that's what you're attracted to? Like no, fuck off.
Yeah.
Like so that's how I am. Okay. So I've got boobs and a dick. Like great. like I'm not going to fulfill your fantasy based on that shallow of something.
Right.
And I don't know. I guess my mind wasn't always there. I know that estrogen has played a huge part in like rewiring my brain because so I've been on estrogen a year, and I'm definitely way more like I was demi before. Now I'm really demi.
Yeah.
Like I am. It takes a lot to get me like quote unquote turned on or something, right? I have to be able to trust you. I have to everything.
For those that didn't Google it, demisexual is you just have to have some sort of mental emotional connection with somebody before you can even like think about having sex with them. Like for me personally, like I don't care how small it is, but I have to value you as more than just a body before I wish it wasn't true, believe me. Like I would love to have a lot more sex in my life, but that's just hasn't been in the cards. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Yeah, so it's just it's fun being able to have like two different perspectives on things.
Yeah.
And I get asked a lot of questions like, hey, can I get your guy point of view and your girl point of view on this?
I mean, that's convenient.
Right.
But it's gotta, I don't know if it hits in your brain, but in my brain, I'd be like, okay, I feel like my guy point of view is skewed. Yours is nothing. Because I'm already bad at being a guy.
Sure.
Because I don't get a lot of the triggers and the masculinity things.
Yeah.
And I don't relate to them, so they don't come up in my brain.
Yeah.
And I feel like you're very similar. Where like, okay, I'm gonna give you that perspective, but take it with a grain of salt.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. But I mean, like, I could definitely though tell the difference between when I was filled with testosterone versus now being more so estrogen. Right?
Really? Like it inside feels different?
My brain is completely different. The way that I think is completely different, and I love it because it's
Does it feel more aligned?
Yes, absolutely. Because you know, like you're talking toxic masculinity, like that's not me, like whatever, right? But you still kind of feel like sort of like forced like chemically in your brain to like think certain ways. It's like even though you don't value that. So now with the estrogen it's like, oh yay, like I like it's good.
I think that's why I relate to like I was talking to with that album and stuff, because I've never I like being a man and I am a man and all that stuff, but I've never related to stereotypical men things.
Yeah.
I mean, I like monster trucks and fishing.
Yeah.
But like aside from that, I'm like, I don't get why you're mad all the time, and I don't get why you want to punch everything. But it's like that's where that kind of you feel like a fish out of water in an extremely small way. Like I would obviously never compare myself to anybody that's actually having to go through something.
Yeah.
But if that's I would presume that's the relation I'm creating. It's like, no, I get what it's like to not want to be different, but not relate to what you are.
Yeah, for sure. It's good. It's kind of like going back to the shoes thing. Like I want to know what it's like in everybody's shoes.
You compared people to shoes.
Well, people's experience in walking in their shoes.
Right.
But it's like before, like I could only imagine like why a girl might be having a difficulty with this particular situation. Like, because like from a quote unquote guy's perspective, it's just like, well, just suck it up and get over it,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
And now it's just like, oh my God, like I'm devastated by that same thing.
Yeah.
It's like, why? It really is a real feeling. Like they're not just trying to get attention.
Yeah.
Like they're really actually fucking suffering with this.
Right.
Even though guys are just like, get the fuck over it.
Yeah.
I believe that I'm having like PMS every once in a while, like, which is, that's got to be just.
I think sometimes you're just a bitch.
Well, that's true. That is true. But it's just, yeah, there's times where like there's like extra hormones like pumping and just like,
yeah. Well, Mercury's in
don't
retrograde and stuff, so you got to think about that too.
Wait, what was that?
Mercury in retrograde? Oh, the planets or anything?
Oh, I don't know that stuff.
Start looking into that. Start understanding why you feel the way you feel. Talking to my friend Katie Leeser, she'll set you up.
All right.
She knows all that stuff. She's amazing. But do you have any plans to transition further?
Okay, so I'm gonna call you out on that though.
Great.
So I don't particularly like that phrasing.
Yeah.
So, and the reason is because this could just be me.
Mm-hmm.
I feel that a transition is just an on or off kind of thing.
Sure.
So, like, I am a transgender female.
Right.
I am not a 75% transgender female.
Right.
Right. So now, I'm assuming that you're referring to surgeries.
Right.
Right. So in that to me is just where the kind of the disconnect is.
Right. Well, because you'd already mentioned that this was an inside emotional thing in the first place.
Right.
That's kind of why I'm curious, and I apologize for stumbling word-wise, but that's what I'm curious is that part of it also, or is it just, it doesn't even cross your mind?
It has crossed my mind.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, my chest is growing naturally.
From the estrogen.
And I love it.
Yeah.
And if they...
I don't even take estrogen.
Yeah, I knew that was going to come up. I knew it.
You've been sitting there the whole time thinking that at some point I was going to mention my tits?
No.
I'm so mad.
I thought about it like yesterday or whatever.
Oh, good. That means you looked at pictures and were like, oh, look at Mr. B cup here. Come on.
It's only because I've heard comments like that from other people. That's all. It's nothing against you. But
right.
So if they don't grow to a size where I'm happy with emotionally, I guess.
Do you have that in your head?
Yeah, I mean, like, so I would love like a C cup.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like a C cup is respectable.
Yeah.
It feels proportioned.
You're right.
It's not too much.
Yes.
But it's also like, it's there.
Yeah. right.
I think that works.
Right. Because like I have such a fear of like being labeled as a cross-dresser.
Yeah.
Or a drag queen.
Mm-hmm.
Which, for for the record, a cross-dresser is a male who just likes to dress in women's clothes.
Right.
Technically, it could be a female wearing male's clothes
Sure.
as well, but that's socially appropriate, so we don't
Yeah.
put a stigma on that.
Yeah, that doesn't get stigmatized.
Right. And a drag queen typically is a homosexual male dressing as female for show purposes.
So that's more performance-based term, right?
And, both of those categories, I feel the people in them over-exaggerate everything for performance or to make themselves feel better.
Yeah.
That's not a very nice way to say that. I can't.
mean,
I don't mean
that
any
some
disrespect.
People are more flamboyant than others.
Like they over flamboyant it, right?
Yeah.
Whereas I don't want to stand out. I just want to mix in. I
Well, I think the point is eventually this all goes away. The idea of that's a transgender woman,
right?
That's a gay person. Like,
right.
It's still, even though it's been a long time, it's still relatively new it's in its infancy in the sense of time in general.
Yes.
But eventually that all goes away and people are just people again until whatever next thing happens.
Mm-hmm.
But right now we're in that world where we have to identify everybody, and not only that, but we have to call them out for some reason also. Like, because that's how I feel even when I'm like, that's who I'm drawn to. And I'm like, I want to talk to them because they're going to have the best conversation. Because I know they've lived, stereotypically, they've probably lived a certain life that I feel I relate to more or want to hear about.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very aware of that because that's just as bad as somebody being an asshole to that person. And so it's tough. That's why I hesitate with the ally, because I'm like, yeah, I am an ally for sure, but that's not ally behavior.
Yep.
That's the same bullshit that you hate.
Mm-hmm.
You just think it's a positive because you're excited to talk to him. Mm-hmm. You're still being really weird.
Yep.
And I think some people might. My mom misses that also because she's a very social, talky person.
Mm-hmm.
And just wants to talk to everybody.
Yeah.
And also has no filter. Like, yeah, your intentions are there.
I love your mom.
Well, it sounds like she put you on a decent path.
Thank you.
But that's an easy thing to overlook because you feel like you're on the right side.
Yeah.
But you're still stigmatizing these people and doing something that I hope doesn't feel harmful, but realistically can be.
Yeah. I don't think that people necessarily realize that. I think, and my mom's kind of the same way. Like she's trying, but she doesn't really know when she's being disrespectful.
Right.
And, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, as long as people are trying, that's the only thing that matters.
I think there's a misunderstanding that you can't have an honest conversation. And again, this is just because it's just you and I, and we've already stated that this is just our experiences individually. But I think that a lot of people think that they're filling in the blanks because it's too taboo to talk about, or you're not supposed to say certain things.
Right.
Like, it's okay to ask somebody a question. I feel like most people are going to be able to differentiate between, like you already said at the bar, being disrespectful with a question or being like, hey, I am trying to understand. You don't represent a whole people, but I'm curious about this and I don't want to get it wrong.
Yeah.
That's a different approach than just saying something stupid or making a generalization about a whole group of people. Because I want to try to get better, and I apologize for using you in that way, but I don't want to make a bad situation worse.
I don't feel.
I feel like if you come that way, it's going to be hard for someone to be like, "You dick."
I'm me.
Right.
We're just having a conversation. I don't feel fucking used at all.
That's what I mean. It's okay to have these conversations.
Yeah.
Your results may vary depending on who you're talking to and where they're at.
Yeah.
But you can't hold that against them. You don't know shit about what they've been through.
Yeah.
And that's why before we start, I'm always like, well, what don't you want to talk about? What's okay and what's not okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's it's weird that it's still a thing. But the reason I was asking about potential surgeries is I'm curious about your opinion about something that you've probably already dealt with or will deal with, and that is, and it coincides with these dating apps, is when do you personally, or when do you think, if at all, a transgender person has to identify themselves as a transgender person? Because I know actually quite a few people that are transgender, or I meet a lot of them, and I'm always honestly annoyed because I'm like, you were a handsome man and you're an even prettier woman, and I'm so mad. Like, it makes me so mad in the best way.
Now I wish I would have dressed up.
But I think that we're coming to a point with the way technology and people choosing the surgical route and whatever they're deciding, eventually we're going to hit a point where you 100% for sure will not know unless they tell you.
Yeah.
Do you think that becomes an issue? Is that just naturally progression? Do you think somebody should still have to? Obviously, if you're having a relationship with somebody, eventually you want to learn about their life.
Yeah.
Should that change somebody's mind? Because I think about that. What if I was dating somebody that was definitely a woman, and then I found out that they used to be a man, and it had never even crossed my mind? I don't know that I would even react to that, because I'd be like, I don't know. I can't put myself in that situation.
Right.
But what's the difference?
Yeah.
I just said a lot of things. Now you talk.
Yeah.
Because those are a lot of tough questions.
Yeah, it's really crazy. So there's 2 instances that actually just happened.
Really?
Yeah. But let me just say that like media does not help, right?
True.
Because there's some commercials out there that are like, oh yeah, she's a girl, and it's a guy. It's just like,
well, it's such a punchline,
right?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's funny. It is funny.
Sure.
I get that.
Objectively, it's
sure.
funny.
But the problem is when it then becomes a problem. Wow, that sounded great. Like, okay, so I was talking to this one guy, and he requested some the private photos, and then immediately disappeared. I'm like, oh well.
Yeah.
I guess I do pass.
I like that he's like, I can't wait to see this vagina. And then he's like, uh-oh.
Oh, shoot. And things are covered up, okay, but you could tell.
Sure.
Right? It's like there's not a sock down there.
Right.
But it's just like, okay, like, that's totally fine. Like, that kind of, it's a good feeling, I guess, that I'm more passable than I think that I am.
Yeah.
Because when I look in the mirror, I still see a man. You know, no matter what makeup, no matter how I do my hair, no matter anything, right?
Really?
I still see a man.
Yeah. Do you think that obviously you probably hope that evolves?
Yeah, I hope that goes away for sure.
Yeah, that's a tough thing.
And then, you know, the same sort of thing happened with one of my friends. They actually met somebody, and then once they found out that they were talking and everything,
yeah.
and then they found out that they were trans, and then they went, oh, okay, bye.
Yeah, it's a tough thing.
So
I don't think it's anybody's responsibility to have to identify and out themselves.
Right.
For sure. But at the same time, when you learn that information, as long as you're not an asshole, I think it's okay to be like, oh, I don't want to pursue this relationship.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware that was a thing.
Yeah, I think we as trans people take 100% of the risk.
Right.
with both telling and not telling.
Right.
So if we tell, then we're running the risk of someone being like, oh, that's hot and I'm into it, and then it not being authentic. And then we also run the risk of not telling and forming a really good connection with somebody, and then we want to pursue a relationship with, and then they go, oh,
Yeah.
never mind.
In
Because
extreme cases, that can end in murder.
murder
That's a real thing that is
and
unfortunate.
suicide.
Yes. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, there's... Speaking of murder...
Oh, good.
No. It's... So when I do deliveries for Uber Eats, I do not doll myself up because I usually do it in the middle of the night where there's no traffic. It's just easier for me. My hair doesn't get caught on something and whatever. So it's easier for me to boy mode when I'm doing deliveries. When I boy mode, I wear this hat.
Sure.
When I'm doing deliveries, sometimes they're in the sketchiest places of downtown Chicago or downtown Milwaukee.
Right.
Where it is clear that I do not fit in.
Right.
It is clear that I could get murdered.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, I'm not going to take off the hat just because I'm afraid of that.
Right. Well, that's nice. That
Because
you would be able to say, well, she wore her hat to the bitter end.
But it's just like, I can't be afraid.
I'm with you. Where adversity sits, we need to stand the strongest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so crazy. And like, as soon as I like decided to just like not be afraid, right? It's like I'm talking to everybody and just like shooting the shit with people getting their food, and just like, wow, I never would have even imagined I'd be able to have this conversation.
Yeah.
Let alone wearing this hat.
Right.
It's just like, and that just brings me so much joy to see that everybody's a human being, right?
It's funny
and
you start realizing the two-way street of presuming that you're going to be the judged one,
right?
And thought of some sort of way.
Yeah.
But by doing that, you can't help but do the same thing back.
Exactly.
And letting that prove to not be true.
Yes.
Yeah, that is wonderful.
And it is beyond wonderful.
Yeah.
And there's so many nights where I walk away just because they're like, drive safe, have a great night, and just like, I just want to hug you. Like that's why I'm thinking in my head, right? Yeah. And they probably would hug me if I asked them for a hug, right?
Yeah.
But it just gives me so much hope in humanity.
Yeah.
That if we would just bust down these fucking walls and just be real with one another and just be able to welcome people into our space and have them welcome us into theirs.
Yeah.
Fuck, how much better would this world be?
I agree. I think that's, if you have nothing else to talk about, I think that's a good place to close shop, is on human hope.
Yeah.
And hope in humanity, because I do think that things are looking up and about to start, at least opportunities are going to start showing up, whatever you're ready for or open to.
Yeah.
I think that once that intention is out there, and I think we inadvertently set some intentions today just through conversation, I think things are going to start showing up. It is what it is with the other bullshit, but I'm excited for where you're going. I'm so excited and happy that you're getting to be yourself for once. And a lot of walls have come down. Other walls are still being worked on. Thank you so much for coming out and finding some time to sit down with me.
Thank you for having me.
We talked so much. And again, I feel like we should mention the suicide hotline.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I forget what it is. 988.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
Great. If you do, like, fucking reach out, man. Like, we've all been touched by that way too much. Mm-hmm. If you're feeling a certain way, say something to somebody. Reach out to 988 any way you can. I think that's important. And human hope. Hopefully humans will stop being dickheads.
Yes. Yes. Please stop being a dick.